Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa for Spring 2023. We are here into the last week of the tournament. We are here to see what the teams can finally put on the table to get themselves a slot in the finals and who we might have to say goodbye to. But obviously today is the start of the action. And of course, very excitingly, I get to say that alongside me as proxy, I have my wonderful co-caster. It is Mr. Crowns himself. And Crowns, I'm already going to set you up for your first question of the day. What do you think is going to be the differentiating factor between this week and the last week? How are they going to differ?
Other than the fact that we're not going to be getting much dad jokes from DK, I think it's going to be different because all of these teams will be coming in with the sweats. This is week 3. This is phase 3. This is that week where you want to sweat it all out, get yourself as many bonus points as possible, and make it into the finals.
They have to. They have to get that last little push in. Otherwise, we have to say goodbye to them. There's only 16 slots in those finals. 4 teams are going to not make it. And that's a very sad prospect because we've all gotten and fallen in love with these teams and their stories and how they have been taking their journeys across. But it's just how the cookie crumbles. But of course, as we get into it, let's start talking about that format, that all-important change that has brought these teams into the gauntlet. Crowns, take us through it. I have said way too much about this format.
Man, I feel like this format definitely set these teams up for, the best tournament they could actually have fun with. Because, 20 teams going into 3 phases, 5 days in each phase, where the top 16 teams would be making it all the way to the finals. There is no super weekend, which means you really have to get the work done. But without the super weekends, it means they get that extra map of Vikendi on Sundays, where they get to have a little bit of fun, gather a little bit of more points heading towards the finals. And when they get to the finals, those sweet, cheeky bonus points would be acting as head start based off of the league performance into our 3 days of finals where we've got 6 matches per day, and the top teams would be making it over to the PMPL Regional Championships.
Oh, it's exciting. These teams obviously are going to be fighting for a lot of opportunities after PMPL Africa Spring 2023. But we know the one way they can make sure they're going to be able to get themselves into the finals is by utilizing the point system, which we know has gone through a little bit of a change that has forced these teams to be a lot more aggressive. Crowns, tell me, what do you think about the points change? Do you
Yeah, I
enjoy
feel
it? Do you like it?
I I like it when I see teams that have cracked that code, right? We've really seen teams actually show that they've actually cracked this point system code where we have only 10 points going into the winner chicken dinner, 1 point from elimination, and that does seem it's funny because teams seem to want to go for that the lowest points, which is that elimination point. That seems to be what they've gone for the most. And we see teams like Greedy who were able to get 22 elims in one game last week. You can tell that they're cracking this point system.
I mean, come on. When you take a look at it, the most you can get about placement points is only 10 points per match. So it's understandable that the teams that really want to get themselves to the top, they are going to be gunning for the elimination points because there's no cap on how many eliminations you can get. The only cap that there is how good you are and how many you can actually get in one single match. So these teams have been gunning, they have been aggressive, they have really adapted to the meta, and I've been personally enjoying it. I think it's what PUBG Mobile needed to force these teams, out of their hidey holes, to force them into the engagements and to put them into some real pressure cooker situations because that's where we really get to see the best of the best coming to fruition. But enough about points. There's another section of points we need to talk about. Rounds, you mentioned it, the bonus points these players get to take into the finals. I mean, just imagine having a maximum of 80 points that can be your safety net in that finals weekend.
Yeah, I feel like at this point we can only imagine because with the disruptions we saw coming through from Titan Game, which is a huge disruption on that general ranking, we're definitely not going to be seeing that 80 pointer come through from a team in this PMPL. But still, doesn't mean you cannot still fight for that point. And I'm currently looking at those bonus points that these teams are gathering, and I'm like, some teams are already setting themselves up for a very, very good finals.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just the idea that you have a few points to fall back on, if you're not having a good game, or if you need a few games just to sort of suss out the competition, get your idea of who you're up against, and, how those finals vibes are really going to be moving on in, it really does help out some of the teams and alleviates some of the pressure. And we know there's going to be plenty of pressure. So, anything that you can do for yourself now to help you out a little bit later, please. We implore all the teams gets as many bonus points as you possibly can. But we know the teams aren't just playing for points; they are playing for a share of that fantastic prize pool that we'll be taking a look at shortly. And along with the prize pool, we obviously have a few bonus prizes that they could go ahead and grab, Crowns.
Yeah, and right here in the league stage, everybody gets that same amount of money, $1,300 to everybody. But you can tell that when there is more money to be gotten from making that top 16, you know that all of these teams would be fighting for all of that, which is what's going to make it more sweaty this week, because this phase is the last chance that a couple of these teams have to make it into that top 16. But man, the MVP, which is a race that is seriously on, I never thought we would actually see that MVP race kickstart this early into the tournament, because the MVP works on $1,000. Of course, it's going to be sweaty.
Oh, absolutely. And we've got so many insane individuals. We've been speaking about it. We've seen individuals from certain teams taking on an entire team and getting an entire wipe. It's absolutely ridiculous. But also that extra bonus of the Vikendi rewards. Teams also have an opportunity to get themselves an extra slot from that. And by doing so, they need to take a look at what the Vikendi rewards really are. What are the systems in place to get themselves a share of those wonderful rewards? And I am still having a bit of a problem because we still have not seen a crossbow.
The crossbow, at the point I'm like, okay, you know what, guys, if you guys are not really looking forward to that crossbow, at least you use the pans and the runovers. See, I actually think we didn't even get to see as many runovers in the map of Vikendi is actually painful. So every player that is watching me right now, gone for the bonus points, But I did tell DK in the first week that, I feel like we wouldn't start to see some of these teams go for these Vikendi rewards until we get to this phase 3. And that is because at going towards the middle and ending of phase 3, we know that a couple of these teams already know where they sit when they go into the final. So that being said, you would know that they have more to lose. But right now, everyone's just sweating and trying hard to get the points.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't blame them, and a lot of them are just aiming for those elimination points at this point, so that's a lot of points. But ultimately, we need these teams to show us a little bit of the style. Use those pans, use the vehicles a little bit more. Please find a crossbow. I was staring at the weapon loadouts, and I didn't see a single crossbow being picked up, so there's a missing chance. Teams are ignoring it. They need to get back into it. But we'll see what happens on Sunday. Hopefully, we're going to see some crossbows. Otherwise, where's those $200 going to be going to? It's going to be
Probably
the
to
question.
me.
Grounds, are you
I
going to
mean,
suddenly stop playing Vikendi?
I
Are you going to
mean,
1vx all of them?
to an extent, I think I can. Yeah, the challenge is on, guys. I think I can actually 1vx everybody in the lobby. Don't come at me in the chat. I'm
Ooh.
good like that.
So you think you're better at the crossbow than the rest of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the crossbow, definitely good at it.
Challenge has been set. These teams need to be better than Crowns. So we're going to wait and see if that's going to come to fruition. But let's actually take a look at the calendar just to remind everyone how the dates have been going. We keep talking about all of these phases, but what does it all mean? We're talking about the weeks, of course. So week 1, week 2, done and dusted. We are into the last stretch, the last opportunity for teams to secure themselves points for the overall standings to see if they can get themselves a slot in the finals. And of course, the last opportunity these teams have to jam a little bit of that Vikendi action on Sunday as we go through this phase. And we said it again, Crowns. There's a lot riding on this week. We talk about it. It's the last opportunity these teams have.
Yeah, it really is the last opportunity. Every single break this week would be worth it. And I'm pretty sure these teams would want that break that we have coming through Thursday, because they would really need to take a breather. Everyone is going to be sweating. And when you're sweating, you need time to just calm down, which is definitely what we've got out here in this final week. That Thursday day of rest, everybody needs it. And then after this phase, teams get that 4-day break before they head into the finals to tough it out.
It's going to be a very, very sweaty finals. We can see there's 4 days before the finals. The teams have to do a little bit of VOD reviews, get some questions in, and do a little bit of strategy changes. So we expect already a lot of teams to change up the style of play that they're going to bring into the finals. But the only way they can get there is to make sure that they're in the top 16. So teams that are still holding out on us, we're running out of time. You need to showcase some of your best skills here. Otherwise, we're gonna have to be saying goodbye to you. So that is gonna come down to this week of play. And speaking of the teams, speaking of the players that we are begging to show us all that they've got and get themselves a slot in the finals, let's take a look at the attending teams and their new groups, because we know every single week these groups are gonna be changing up, Crowns.
Yeah, the ultimate test of adaptability. What is the other word? Consistency, everything is being tested by the fact that these groups are changing every week. And now we do see now we've got more Esports, Raad, Vista Gaming and Titan all being in Group A. Group B, we've got the side of Arab Golden, Timeout Esports, Triple Esports and Blackjack, with Group C having Vampires, the World of Battle, Greedy4Kills, URUS Esports, Group D with the Mind Weapon, RUKH Esports, Smash Teams, and Black Hand, and Group E having Wavy Sports, TEAMLAG, Virtual Gaming Squad, and CRYPTICS.
So there's a few standing out teams that we know have had some fantastic performances. Obviously, Titans being the top of our overall rankings from last week. And in the first week, obviously, it was Triple taking that slot. Who is going to be at the top of this week is going to be the question on all of our minds as we go through the proceedings. But we know everyone is going to be looking to step up their game. We've already seen a few glimpses of those hopes, a few glimpses of improvement, especially towards the end of Sunday, where we had the likes of the World of Battle as an example, even Mo Esports picking up more points than they normally do. So there is definitely a sense of change in the air. Whether or not it's enough to suddenly get yourself a slot in the finals is going to be completely up to the teams and the players and what skills they've got in their back pocket. But all of this would really not be possible without all of the amazing teams making sure that they are here, without our fantastic viewers showing up and giving us their energy as we move through these fantastic games, but also without our sponsors. I mean, Monster Energy is our official energy drink sponsor for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, and they have been with us through pretty much every season that I can remember. So thank you. Big shout out to Monster Energy. They're keeping us going, and I'm pretty sure the teams are being kept up at night thanks to the Monster. They definitely need the energy crowns, but we also need to think about it. What do you think teams need to change up as we move into this week?
I think right now for the first, or actually for this week, I feel like teams need to change up the idea they're bringing into the game. Normally we would see that first day they're chill, everyone is trying to understand the play, trying to hide a little bit of strategy. But like you said, this is not the week to hide the strategy. This is the week where you actually want to go all out. And I was saying it, I feel like there's a couple of teams that might decide to unleash a little bit of the beast, show us a little bit of what they're made of just this week because, the finals are there. You don't want to expose everything now. But right now, I think the team should actually go aggro this week.
I would hope so. I mean, I need them to get some crazy eliminations. We can take a look at last week's overall rankings just to see what the bar has been set, and where Titans left it at was 209 points. That's what they garnered all in a single week of play. And you can see those eliminations, that aggro aggressive energy, that garnered them 131 eliminations. I mean, a little bit of a tier above the rest, but Greedy4Kills were hot on their trails.
Yep, they were really hot. Greedy really came through clutch last week. I mean, 127 elimination points. That is just outrageous. Wave Esports, they just showed us that last week when it comes to stealing chickens, that is something that we do so perfectly. We saw them do that a whole lot. And man, let me not even start about the performance that Titan Gaming was able to pull off going into the end of last week's games.
It was brilliant. But again, it's the Titan of all this. We can talk about it. From the previous season, we know what Titan is capable of, and they really showcase their experience. They showcase some of that aggressive energy, and we love to see it. Yes, some of the other teams also made fantastic improvements. I mean, RUKH Esports, it felt like we were thrown back in time to phase one in their first few days of performance. They were absolutely crushing it. They looked like the team to beat, but since then, it's been a tough time. At least towards Sunday and Saturday, they really picked up the pacing and they picked up a good amount of points. As we take a look at the second page, obviously, we know with such crazy teams picking up, triple-digit points, it's going to start filtering down as we get to this page. Black Hand, also a team that I'm really hoping to see a bit more of. I felt like they were a bit quiet last week. We didn't really see that explosive energy from them.
Yeah, we definitely didn't see what we expected from the side of Black Hand. Same thing can also be said about Vista Gaming because we're not really seeing that championship performance that we saw them pull off on that first week. But something I really want to point out as on this overall ranking is going out of week one or phase one, we were saying, oh, I think the bar to actually make it into the top 12 was going to be 90 points. But
Mm.
this week or last week, we saw 94. These teams are absolutely killing it.
There's definitely an improvement, and there was only, I think, one shuffle at the end of a Kendi. So teams really stuck to their slots. They really didn't want to move out of them, and they brought through a little bit of performance. And
Mhm.
as we last page, we know there are 4 teams that we are going to be holding out candles for as we start this week. We want them to showcase their best possible performance, and we want them to start off the week with a good bit of momentum to hopefully bring through the best possible performances. I mean, obviously, talking about the last page, we've got TEAMLAG, Vampires, Mo Esports, and Timeout Esports that we really want to see them bring through a different sort of performance. We really want to see them take these points as just a starting point, right? We want them to go much further than that. We want to see a lot more aggression from them. Eliminations were looking a little bit quiet, and also just the placements. Just get everything up as far as you can.
I really don't want to be that guy, but I'm just gonna
No.
say it. I feel like the Vampires are gonna have a very tough week this going into this week because that their groups where they're currently in Group C does seem to be very very tough for them. But man, before I start going on and on about Vampires, I would run through that when we go through the teams. But Team Lag on the third page, what went wrong?
It's a bit of a weird one. I mean, we saw a drop in energy from them. I think as soon as we started seeing Blackjack Esports literally gunning at them, we full team just taking them out in a matter of seconds. It still sticks in my mind. It was a little bit disgusting. That sort of breaks your momentum and that breaks your mentality. And then as you move into the rest of the games, if you can't shake it off, if you can't get yourself back into your groove, that's really going to impact and hinder your performance. And maybe that's what happened for Lag. Maybe there's something else that's going on. Obviously, we don't know everything. We can't know everything. There's way too many teams to be able to stalk that much. But these teams have an opportunity now. This week, it's a fresh week. We are resetting the points. You're going into your first map with 0 points, like everyone else. Use that to your advantage and bring your best performance. I mean, this is the only way you're going to get yourself into the finals.
Yeah, this is pretty much the only way you're going to get yourself into the finals, like Ez is saying. And guess what? You're starting with 0 points to get yourself to start without 0 points in the finals. I don't know if you get what I'm saying there. But anyway, in case you're confused as to how we're going to be running the show today, it's going to be nothing too different as we'll be taking a look at that map schedule to see how things will be running through for today's games.
And a nice balanced map schedule it is, of course, starting off with Erangel and moving into Miramar, then Sanhok, and then it's pretty much just a rinse and repeat, but a little bit of a reverse. So ultimately, there's no map heavy day. We have a double helping of Erangel and a double helping of Miramar with that Sanhok sandwich, actually,
Mm.
sandwich in between. So there's an opportunity again for these teams to just take it in their stride. I mean, if you have that map advantage, if you know that you're going to be able to play your favorite map today, use it as momentum. Please start running. I want these teams to get on the ground and just gun it for the top slot.
Um, I don't know. How do you like your sandwich? Do you actually put the vegetable in the middle or do you put it somewhere on top?
Oh, it's a double helping, right? And
Mm.
Miramar is like the patty, and then Wrangle is the
Mm.
the
The
bread,
bread.
and then Sanhok is like the cheese. So it's like a double
Well,
cheeseburger.
I don't know. Green cheese works. I mean, we did have a green donuts out here in Sanhok last week. So yeah, if we tell you there's green cheese, you've got to believe us. And man, speaking of donuts, we will be looking forward to seeing the donut shop get a little bit busy this week. Do you reckon we'll be busy?
To a point, I hope that we're not going to be seeing a lot of customers in the donut shop because I really don't want to wish that any team is only going to be taking 0 points. But if we have teams just being a dominating force, if we have someone gunning for that top slot as they should, then we might be expecting some more customers in the donut shop. Taking your Sanhok donut special, green. What is it? Green caramelized donut?
Yeah, green
Mm.
caramelized donuts with a combo coming through with the blue juice. But anyway, we did see something we've actually been seeing in the past couple of weeks is almost every game gets to the ninth zone, right? And that just goes to show how crazy it is. We've seen the zone start to close before it forces out that final fight. And just when you even think, oh, 12 teams is too small for Vikendi, we saw that even happening on that map of Vikendi too.
It was wild to see it on Vikendi, honestly. I mean, Wave Esports, they need to give it up to their teammates because they know how to play a game of cat and mouse and hide and seek as well, just all jumbled up into one. But ultimately, it makes sense. The teams are all stepping up at the same time. We have the best of the best getting themselves onto Vikendi and having an opportunity for that week to garner as many extra points as they can. So they want to play for longevity. They want to play for every single point, whether that be by placement or elimination. They have to go for it. There is nothing like 1 point is not enough. I mean, yes, you are going to be pushing for as many as you can, but one is better than zero. So We've talked about the points, we've talked about the teams. Now we need to start breaking down that first Erangel. Moving into the first match of the day, first day of the last week, what are you going to be thinking or looking at, Crowns? Who are you going to be keeping an eye on?
I was gonna say Wave Esports, but they're sitting out that game, right? And one thing I just know is like I really enjoyed the way Wave Esports played last week. It's almost like they grabbed the bulls by the horn. The instant they got that first good game, they just decided to capitalize on that. Now I'm looking forward to seeing what teams would be able to do that one. And I think going into this week, I want to keep my eye out on Greedy, right? Because Greedy actually did show us something that we've not seen before last week. So I'm keeping my eye out on Greedy heading into this first game of the day.
Okay. No, Gritty is a good team to keep an eye out on. They're also one of those teams though that really only started like hit some crazy numbers towards the end of the day. Like those last two matches, it
Mhm.
just seems to be where they are thriving. I don't know if they're just waiting for everyone else to start falling asleep a little bit, but that's where they really start to wake up. But enough talk about that. We're gonna be getting into our first map of the last week of PMPL Africa Spring 2023, and of course, what better way than to start it off on the bread and butter of Erangel, moving in from Kameshki. This flight path is starting off pretty north.
Yep. I'm pretty sure a couple of the teams would be happy about this one, but I was just gonna say call it capitalizing on your enemy's tiredness, if that is a word. But anyway, it is a very good playing path to get things started, provided or given that we actually did not have so many teams heading all the way to the south, at least not until we started seeing so many military island zones. And I'm pretty sure now that DK is not casting, the teams are like, we probably wouldn't get that many military island zones.
Maybe DK is to blame for one of those
Yeah.
military base zones, honestly. I've never seen that many in like a short succession. But it's definitely what happened, and these teams have been dealing with it quite well. I'm glad that we are starting on Kameshki, who really don't get much love to the side of Erangel often, so we're going to be seeing Arab Golden actually taking advantage of that. Boots on the ground, like we said, and they're definitely looking to get their boots on the ground as soon as possible, taking a nice split up approach. Rest of the teams going for a little bit more of a normal drop side. We've got RUKH towards Saverni, the rest heading towards that central position. But look at that
Oof,
flight.
oof,
Look at
oof.
that zone that is all the way to the south.
I think it's a DK and S proxy thing. Count me out of
Hey,
it because I
you're
didn't
here
call
now.
this. I did not call this. It's actually an interesting zone. We did see something like this pull up on the first week where we actually saw teams try to capitalize on that one. This is one of those tricky zones. We might see it end towards that north of Ferry Pair, but it does look like a lot of these teams would know how they're making their way. Interesting to see this idea of more esports going for a different split. Looking forward to seeing how that is going to play out for them going into this week.
It's at least a 70-30 split when it comes to the main island versus the military base island. So the teams have a pretty fair bet to stay on the main island. You know, you don't really need to be taking that gamble just yet, especially not in this first phase. And I mean, in terms of the flight path, we already see a lot of vehicles in hand just with teams trying to get to their normal drop sites because of that flight path. So they should have some mobility in check. But oh, Mo Esports, Paradox, what you doing? This is triple territory.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like Tripoli Sports, just go to Quarry. You don't have to take this fight, but unfortunately, they really do have to take this fight because every elimination counts. Now, this is what I'm looking forward to see if the form up is going to come through from the side of Moe Sports. And once again, it's not going to come through. And this is where I just keep saying it for Moe Sports. I'm pretty sure as your player is landing, he's probably getting that, hey, someone's here with me. Oh, I've got company. The instant your player has company, I expect you get a vehicle. Once you get your weapons, you get into that vehicle and try to get as close to that player as possible. Because what these other teams that have been taking out Moe Sports have been doing is ideally just capitalizing on their numbers advantage.
Yeah, because they know they understand that most also taking up that split position. You know, they're going as individuals to smaller loot sites, which makes sense. It doesn't help that you drop your full team on one single wizard tower for looting up, but it's risky, and we can see Viska is going to be saying goodbye to the rest of his team because he just got surrounded by the full force of URUS. Nothing really to do there. The rest of Vista not in a position to actually help out here. So another case in points, just capitalizing and managing to isolate a player. That's an easy elimination you can add to your tally.
I like the fact that these teams are actually setting the tone. Like you can already see it. Like teams that are in the lobby right now are seeing that Q feed pop off, and then they're like, okay, everybody's actually coming here to frag out. This is what we actually wanted to see going through or coming through from these teams in this phase.
Absolutely. I mean, just to start off this match with a little bit of that explosive energy, we always do like a little bit of that hot drop action, but it also sets them out for this particular match. They know at least we've already got one elimination in the pocket. We can definitely build on that, add some placements, and then we have a winning game, right? And then we have an opportunity to climb the overall standings. So liking the energy, just hope that it's going to continue as we move into the rest of the games because we know the competition is pretty high.
Yeah, definitely high. We'd already see the side there of VISTA trying to condense their split a little bit, looking for vehicles, trying to form up on each other. Good things that I really love to see. URUS Esports out there chilling in Gatka, Raad out there in Pochinki. I remember when Raad used to have to fight in Pochinki with the side of URUS, but it's good to see like they actually did, settle matters.
Yeah, just starting off a little bit aggression. We like it. We like it. We want these
Hmm.
teams to showcase that. And again, with the zone, it is going to throw a lot of their plans out the window because a lot of the teams having to now suddenly drop their locations or drop their sites and take a whole rotation to the south. They are going to likely find some stragglers with those rotations, likely run into a few other teams. But this is just the opportunity that they have ahead of them. I mean, looking at the zone, looking at the map that we have ahead of us, what are some of the key points that you're looking out for teams? What are some of the points of interest they definitely want to be going for good cover?
I think Pochinki Hill would be my first point. Because and that would be for Rad Esports, looking like they landed in Pochinki there. I would say if you're looking towards the zone, given that this is still the first circle, you want to be on top of Pochinki Hill, try to get a glimpse of how many teams are rotating into the circle. Teams coming in from the north, like GREEDYFORKILLS, Smash Team. I'll keep my eye out there on Mount Everest. And I'm calling these high ground positions, even though they're on the edge, because when we look at this type of zones, there isn't much of a point sending it to the center of the circle because it's pretty much open fields just out there.
I mean, you do have that opportunity from those high points of entry to also catch teams that are still making rotations, especially if you set yourself up early, right? If you're
Hmm.
holding Mount Everest as all of the teams making the rotation from the north, like Smash, Greedy for Kills, and even Vampires, you have a clean line of sight onto their rotation. You can pick up some crazy eliminations just from that vantage point. It is a bit risky later on,
Hmm.
as we take the zone shifts, but teams would know that and they'd likely move on a little bit sooner rather than later to try and avoid those sort of scenarios. Well,
Hmm.
esports making rotation to Quarry eventually as a three-piece.
Hmm.
What do you think about their performances in the recent days? What do you think is something that they need to focus on going into this week?
I did try talking to some of the players. I'm like, you might want to actually look around the map a little bit, try to figure out like a different split. It's kind of hard to do, given that many of these teams would also like to go for a split. But I did say it. There's if you look at the way the teams are split, right? You can decide to go for some drop locations, given that there isn't some teams in the lobby. So I feel like going into this game, given that we didn't have cryptics in the lobby, I feel like they could have easily gone for a South Jojo Pole drop, right? But they did not
Mm.
go for a South Jojo drop. Instead, they decided to go for their regular speed that they still go for. And I keep saying you can't do the same thing and expect different results. You've got to, do that, try different things because man, experimentation is over. Right now, you really need to be getting those those points in.
Yeah, there was space for some experimentation in the first week, in the first few
Mhm.
matches when all of the teams were a little bit slower. They were doing the exact same thing, sort of sussing out the competition, seeing what's the level of competition, who's going to be, the big problem teams and who's going to really be giving you that challenge. That's really when teams started to figure out, okay, this is what we had planned moving into this Erangel. Obviously now, we might not be able to do that because of so and so. So we've seen teams already change things up. Some have stuck to their guns. I mean, Titans are still using the same drop location from last year, and I
Mhm.
mean, why do they need to change? They've been doing quite well, but for some of the newer teams, it's definitely a good idea to have had that change sooner rather than later. Still think there's an opportunity now. If what you're doing is really just not working,
Mhm.
change it up. Rather just change it up.
If it's not broken, don't fix it. If it's broken, fix it. Anyway, speaking of things that may be broken, it's not that play zone. It does center up quite nicely. Teams like Team Urus who are able to have some of those compounds up on that northern side will find themselves looking quite pretty. Quarry having a little bit of high ground would also work. I'm looking at the position held there by Raad. And man, if anyone coming through from that north actually still has a whole lot of space to work with. But I still have to say this for teams who are going for late rotation like Smash Team right now, definitely not ideal.
Ooh, what a zone rotation this is going to be. I mean, we do see a few teams just rotating on down from that Everest position. Black Hand with a few shots in the back, it seems. HP Bar's not looking too great. That might have been the zone as well, though. But they have an interesting rotation to take now. I mean, moving on forward from this position, there's a good amount of space on the side of that eastern side of the zone because a lot of teams are
Mhm.
trying to gun it for that center right now. So if they can get the timing right, they might have a very easy entry. Blackjack Esports, on the other hand, looks like they're eyeing out URUS and seeing if they can maybe pick up an elimination or two.
Yeah, and I feel like the zone right now has like a little bit of high grounds just on the outside. So teams that are sending into the center are definitely having their eyes on some certain compounds that they're like, you know what, let's get into these compounds and actually hold these compounds. So if worse comes to worse, if we're getting an open field finish, we'll know how we can actually really just send it back into the compound with our cover, and then we have the advantage instantly.
Liking what GREEDYFORKILLS are trying to do here, however, when we take a look at it with URUS, they do have the high ground. So a lot of the spacing and cover that they have to work with is not going to give them line of sight onto URUS's position and not give them that opportunity to fight back, except for that upper window. And URUS, on the other hand, they also have a little bit more trouble to deal with. They've got Blackjack Esports right behind them, so they need to be careful about where they're going to be rotating.
And especially when a team like Blackjack, who has been showing improvements going through from week to week, would always see them try to adapt to the lobby. And this was something that I actually did say, going into that second week, that these teams really need to learn how to adapt quickly, right? You don't need to take all 3 days to actually, adapt to what is going on in the lobby.
Well, you would hope so, but again, it's easier said than done, right? Like these teams are fighting up against some really tough competition, and sometimes it does take a little bit of time to get into the groove. Or, again, it's the mental, it's the map rotations throwing you off. I mean, this rotation would throw me off quite a bit. You know, having to go
Mhm.
all the way from the north to the south. I mean, come on, you're not making it easy here. But definitely at this stage of the MPL, you need to be quick on your feet. You need to be quick with that adaptation. The rest of the teams aren't going to wait for you to be ready. They're just going to take you out of the lobby.
Yep, and no one actually wastes time to actually take you out to the lobby. We're about to get yet another zone shift, and this is that deciding zone shift. Oh, as we are getting an open field finish. I'm so glad. I'm so happy because I really love when we get those open field finishes. That is the best type of zones.
Ooh. Good luck finding cover. You're just gonna have to deal with your vehicles, maybe a tree or a hay bale, I guess. That's all you have to work with, unfortunately. It's really gonna force these teams to stay on the outskirts a lot more than they were planning to. I mean, obviously we know teams love to get that center position and start taking, fire at anyone trying to make rotations. I mean, that's one of the easiest way to get eliminations. Now, they can't do that. They have to stick to the
Mhm.
outskirts. They have to go shoulder to shoulder, room to room, knocking on doors and looking to get some points here. Titans already doing well, finding two elimination leaders. Not that that's saying much right now because it's been pretty quiet. We only had 4 players drop so far, and we're in stage 3.
And we've not lost. Oh, we've actually not lost the whole squad for the time being. Matter of
Just
fact, I
10.
think only timeout I've lost only 2 players, and everyone is still trying to keep their numbers advantage, which is nice. But then,
Mm.
given that this zone doesn't get any bigger from here on out, it's only going to be a matter of time before this violence is going to, erupt in this lobby.
You can already see RUKH, they spotted out some information there. They're seeing if they can jump into the action, but they need to be careful. They know there are so many teams in the vicinity. Anyone can jump in for a third party at any moment or just rotate on right behind them. So a lot of danger in taking those engagements now. Titans, in the meanwhile, they don't really care. They're already taking on URUS as much as they can. Some hits going back and forth here between Triple and Ra'ad as well.
Yep, Thor takes all that damage and is like, I'm out of here. I tried not to scream his name too much so he doesn't actually get knocked because that man's HP bar definitely drained empty. But it does look like Triple Esports won this domination on that western edge. But man, there's a couple of teams who are having so much interest on this west because this is the only part, or maybe this is one of the only parts on that western side that has the high ground advantage and nobody wants to send it into the open field.
No, they don't. They really want to stay, where it's safe with some of those trees, with some of the terrain that they can work with cover, because they know the rest of the zone doesn't really have any of that. So sticking here as long as you can is going to give you some advantage, but it is also going to mean you're going to have to fight your way out. You can already see Titans are... They're picking apart URUS left, right, and center.
Uh-oh.
RUKH now finding vampires.
How did Yazan sleep on that one? Rami to get the intro knock. 3 eliminations already onto the side of RUKH Esports. And one of the teams that really need to triple their efforts going into this week gets eliminated. Vampires.
Yeah, I mean, you called it as we got into this game. You think they were going to have a bit of a tough time? Well, Erangel definitely wasn't good for them. Arab Golden now, though, on the next chopping block here. GREEDYFORKILLS going to be holding on. Such a beautiful crossfire. They've already taken one, looking for the rest.
Yep, Favor able to get himself that intro knock. DBS in hand, going up against Broly with the pre-fires. As we do see the push coming through from the outside, but eventually quality would fall as the side of GREEDYFORKILLS looking to increase that eliminations. Already up by 3 elims, and now we're starting to see that these teams, trickle down in numbers.
I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm blinking and I'm seeing teams drop. So I don't know how quick you're able to see anything. But we don't have much time to look at these teams before we say goodbye to them and see what they're doing in the lobby. Now, next up, we've got Smash and Triple Esports with their rotations on into this western side. They need to get going because there's a lot more teams right up ahead of them, right alongside them. They can't waste too much time here.
23 seconds on the clock, and that blue zone is going to start to close. And moving out of this compound early is a task on its own, given that RUKH Esports is on the top of the hill. Triple Esports also wants a little bit of the compound. There's Ra'ad in the background, but Ban with the grenade would send old boy down. The guys there from Triple now down to just 2.
Ooh, it's hurting. You can see those teams now taking those rotations on in. They're going to get the information that there's someone here, so they're going to know to look out for them moving into the zone. Smash, on the other hand, they are just looking for all of the confirmations. They do not want to let those points go. Triple now on the recovery seat, and they are not going to have an easy opportunity here to get their teammates back into the action. They're trying to scramble, trying to get themselves closer into that opportunity line, but look at the cover that's being held. Chemo trying to find an opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reviving of old boy in this engagement. They just have to let it go. Small price to pay for salvation. Plus, it's the IGLs. They say the IGLs do better when they're dead. So just allow him enjoy this one from the spectator view as the guys there from Smash will be finding their way into the circle. The blue zone is already beginning to push closely. And man, I do enjoy the position being held by Blackjack Esports and Black Hand on the northeastern edge of the circle. And this is the advantage that comes through by holding that Pochinki here.
Oh, I said it, Smash and Triple. They can't waste too much time because they're going to be running into other teams looking to take them out, and they just got hunted on down by, I believe that was Ra'ad, a 2-piece from Ra'ad just looking to roll on through with some eliminations here. RUKH also jumping into the action now as the rotations are moving in. Black Hand and Blackjack Esports, as you mentioned, all the way from the northern side. It's pretty much just their neighbors, but now Chemo trying to hold on here.
Well, he's trying to hold on, that is the word, but the third party is really imminent, and this is what I was talking about. There's still a little bit of hills surrounding this open field, so if you're going for these pushes, you need to be as careful. I'm so surprised to not even see so many smokes already being deployed by some of the teams that find themselves out here in the center of the circle, but the World of Battle do look to be holding it quite nicely on that northwestern edge.
I do like it. They've got a good amount of numbers to work with. They've also managed to isolate Fivo. I mean, with those smokes deployed, they should know someone's hiding there. They should know there's a point waiting just around the corner. They just need to hit those utilities, get them into the window, and then Fivo has to say goodbye.
Yep, those windows very easy to get into, especially with the grenades. Vivo understands that. Smoking up the view a little bit, trying to throw them off course. Definitely the right play to make, as we do already see some skirmishes happening somewhere around that southern edge, as more esports do look to have Titans just right in front of them. And like you said, Titans have been a little bit quiet in this game. They've only got 4 eliminations, which I'd expect them to have more, but you've just got to admire RUKH Esports. Currently sitting up with 9 eliminations out there in the center of the circle. They're looking to have a good game.
And they're terrifying. I'm telling you, it's RUKH Esports from phase number 1, and now with the zone shift, they have a bigger advantage than most. Setting up into center, they have a good position. Now they can sit and just wait for all of those rotations to move on in. The World of Battle and Blackjack Esports, meanwhile, taking up aim at one another. GREEDYFORKILLS running a really weird split. We've got Fever on the one side, we've got Rhino on the other side. So, yeah, individuals are going to have to bring up their game.
I think this is one of those unintentional splits, splits by circumstance. But anyway, speaking of circumstances, we do have the side of Blackjack looking to find himself in one as they're sending up to the side of the World of Battle. RUKH with the grenade, it's a good one. It does land, would get the knock with the M4 as the other players now on the split for Blackjack. They need to find a retaliation. They need to find a way to still stay in this engagement. But the World of Battle currently holding that very nice split emoji, looking for that distraction. Would get it, but would not be able to get it knock quite yet.
Well, the battle is slowly but surely trying to encircle Blackjack Esports. They want to get these final confirmations. Points definitely going to matter. And more than that, more than past the points, is going to be the spacing that they can use into the northern side of the zone, which is definitely going to help them because we know there's a lot of space in zone, there's not a lot of cover. So if you can get a better position, it is really going to pay off in dividends.
I think I like the approach that many of the teams, in fact, pretty much most of the teams in the lobby are going for. No one is really looking at that zone because they know it's a dead place to go to. Everyone is actually just looking for those eliminations on the edges of the zone. I mean, we're seeing the world of battle, greedy, timeout, even the side there of Titan. Everyone is on that edge looking for those elims before they have to make that, inevitable position to send it straight into the circle. And speaking of sending, we do have the side of Mo
Whoa.
Esports going up to the way of Titan. Stick is going to be down, but the grenade from AXA would fall hates. But the side there of Mo Esports, they would not let it stop them. AXA has got another grenade ready for him. Vortex would send it out. The land would come through, but the damage would not be done as hates. He's able to supply as much information up onto his team.
Remember, Titans, they're running a split here. P6 can really help one out from the back line, but time is running out. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Mo Esports, they're pushing on into Titan territory, and they're looking good for it. Axe are going to be going down, immediate confirmation for them. Mo Esports up with 2 eliminations from none other than Titans, and they looks like they will be able to get away with it. They don't have a line of sight on P6, but P6, pretty much same situation for them. They're just hiding. They're just trying to stay alive.
Now they've cleared that southern edge, I want to see what they can do with that much space that they have now on that south. And they still have one of the high ground advantage, which means they can see a whole lot of what is going on in that circle. It's going to be down to how much bullets they have because they're going to have to spray into the smoke a whole lot. Full send does come through from timeout onto Rido, the last player there from Greedy. But we do know Greedy, they're very good at holding their ends as one player would fall from timeout. Hazard deciding to take his time, playing this a little bit passively, but you can tell Reno he's in for it. He's got the momentum, the swift to the left, to the right, would be able to take his HP down, and the world of battle coming in for the third party of the century.
I mean, there we go. Greedy for kills, picking up those 6 eliminations, definitely going to make a difference towards these standings. Look at this, Blackjack Esports snaking it up in the grasses. They really didn't want to go to center, but they had no other choice, and now they are just right in the line of sight. So Black Hand, who are happy to send them back into the lobby.
I mean, it was bound to happen. Both teams were actually holding up on that northern side. We did see them hold down a lot. And then these guys were actually gathering information with each other. So it's only a matter of time before someone is like, you know what, we're tired of you being on that north. We're coming to take you all out. And that is what the side of Black Hand are currently doing. I'm looking at RUKH Esports and wondering just how much work and how much vision they have going through from that center circle that they find themselves. They have pretty much good cover to work with. And they're already sitting with 11 elims.
Remember, they were the first team, maybe one of the only teams that said, no, it's fine, we're going to head into center. We're feeling comfortable, we're feeling confident, and now it is paying off. They went into the zone with that momentum, and again, I don't see them stopping anytime soon. It's just going to depend on what these teams in the surrounding area are going to be able to do about it, right? Black Hand, happy to see them making an appearance as well. They've got a good number. They're the only other team, other than RUKH, that still have all of their players up and at them, and I mean, they just have to wait. They just have to get some shots in. RUKH. Oh, they are
One more.
violent.
Definitely violent. I like the fact that RUKH Esports are actually taking so many taking so many third party shots, stealing so many eliminations, because that's something that we want to actually see. And they've gotten so much elims. Right now they just have to stay in that center, be a little bit quiet, watch all of these teams go at it, and then they can begin to put in the shots. But we start to see the rotations come through from the south. Mo Esports not clearing that compound first. I feel like that is the wrong play, as VISTA will turn their sights up onto them. Bomb, the last player left, looking to hold it up, as the side of Black Hand would lose one up on that north. RUKH Esports already looking to start to spread out there in that compound that they find themselves.
Oh, they're holding on so strong. 12 eliminations now up and at them, but they do need to take care of Black Hand. As you said, one of the teams that can really be a threat to RUKH and their winner chicken dinner is moving on in from the northern side. And you can see that movement. They're slowly but surely getting closer, looking for that information. Could they be taking out RUKH, or do they first want to deal with all the stragglers on the outskirts?
And this is where I'm going to challenge the guys there from Black Hand. What can you do with this much information that you have? Because I'm pretty sure now everyone should be aware of where RUKH Esports is. Everyone knows where they are. So it's a situation of, are we going to try to get this intro knock? Are we actually going to look for that first or that advantage to push in? Because we see the side of RUKH Esports, they know they're in the center. I feel like they're probably surprised right now. Like, where are the bullets? Why aren't they coming towards our side? But it does look like everyone is so bent on looking for a way to get into that circle.
Well, what's clever about RUKH is the little hill that they have, this little ditch that they have, is going to force any team that does want to take a shot at them to first go onto that small high rise. That's going to expose the team trying to attack RUKH first, which means RUKH is going to have line of sight onto any enemy team, if they're quick enough with their 360s, to actually take them out first, which means anyone who does want to put or take RUKH out is going to have to expose themselves to everyone in the vicinity.
I'm kind of surprised to see the little smoke usage coming through in this game. I feel like seeing that first, second circle, teams should have actually clocked that. You know what? This is a game where we're going to need a whole lot of smokes. Are these guys really doing what I think they're doing? Okay, no. I thought he was standing on this player to kind of get more, line of sight. But yeah, you do say that one right. They do have a ridge line that they're playing with. Anyone who wants to push up onto the side there of RUKH Esports has literally no cover, and they have to be running on bare ground, which means you're just shooting practice at that moment. Bomb Bomb though does look to be holding it up out there. But it's only a matter of time. It's got to move.
And moving from the south as well, it's going to be VISTA. And they are in the same situation. They're looking for information. Mazzaro looks like they've spotted out Bum Bum, sitting through a bit of utility there, trying to take Bum Bum out of that position, which, oh no, with all of that noise now being given out, everyone else is going to realize something else is in that vicinity. So we might be looking at the days numbered here for MEA Esports. We'll see if any nades are going to be making those connections. Oof, that one might be
The
good.
damage though.
Ooh.
From the bottom of the vehicle works every single time. Black Hand will be the one to claim that elimination. And right now, it almost looks like a stalemate. We have 3 teams left. Black Hand on the north, RUKH Esports in the center, VISTA on the south. And it's almost like a RUKH Esports sandwich right now. Right now, it's probably Black Hand and the side of VISTA going in, looking for that treaty, that contract. You know what? Let's join forces, take RUKH Esports out together before we get into that circle. We'll see if they will come to that agreement.
That's definitely the best possible opportunity to make this happen. I mean, Brownsburg already having a flanking position on the outskirts of the zone, while the 3 of RUKH Esports are holding in center, keeping the attention away. But here they go. They have the attention of RUKH, and RUKH is going to be good for it, finding that first knock. But they still need to find the rest, and it's going to be a bit of hesitation from Blackhand here. They don't want to just push in blindly, because they don't know where the rest of RUKH Esports are hiding.
And that's just what happens because of that ditch, that little ridge line that he did have. Bronsberg, though, just look for that flank. As we see grenades going up towards Eugene, they continue to spam some more coming through from Storm. Side of RUKH Esports looking for that next knock. More grenades going towards that little shack, but RUKH Esports have got so many vehicles to prevent the damages from coming through. I like the patience coming through from Bronsberg, but it's going to run out of it. Take down Plaza from that side. The side of Black Hand already being destabilized as RUKH look for that opening, look for that entry into the side there of Black Hand.
They scramble. All of a sudden, they don't know where those shots came on through, and RUKH Esports know exactly what they need to do. This is the opportunity to take out the competitors and get one step closer to that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Run over. Oh, the runover did not come through. Storm would be able to get one, but he straight it off. But the revive does have to come through from the side there of Plaza. Vista Gaming will try to third-party this fight, and indeed they will, as Mozaro would find that first knock onto the side there of Rami. Eugene would be the last player left. No vehicles in hand. Grenades currently going towards his location, and RUKH would be able to find one to get yet another knock. Bronsberg would be the last player left now for the side there of RUKH Esports. And man, he's currently now a 2v2. Or 2v2v2.
RUKH Esports, they've already gotten themselves 15 eliminations. At this point, all of these points are just the cherry on the cake, right? They've secured themselves a top 3 finish. They've definitely secured themselves 15 eliminations. They might make it up to 17, 18. Who knows how far they're going to go, but this is going to come down to Black Hand. Here comes that rotation. Brownsburg going to be spotted out. Finally, we have the run over, but now where is the last member? Where's Eugene hiding?
Yeah, that is the question it's got in mind. Well, I guess the answer would be coming through. DBS in the hands of Eugene. Does go for that jump. A little bit of a mistake. His HP trickled down to the minimum, but the third party is imminent. Coming through from the side here of Vista. They're looking to be the new wave esports. The vehicle explosion would take out RUKH Esports and they would go out, but now it's down to a 1v2.
And RUKH all the way towards the northern side, having to chime on in, but Mazzaro with the perfect line of sight onto their position. Just one more shot could actually solidify it, and we could be giving a winner-winner chicken dinner to Vista Gaming.
Plaza will not be able to gather as much information as possible as Red Dog is able to find that knock up onto Abood. It's now a 1v1. Mazzaro on the far south. Red Ox out there on the north. smokes being deployed by RUKH as he looks for a way into the circle, but Mozaro would use that one as a chance to start to make his way into the circle. But RUKH, he's got the smokes, he's moving through it, and maybe this is what they were saving those smoke grenades for. I was talking about the grenades not being used so much, but it does look like RUKH will start to find his way in, finds the snake in the grass, and Black Hand will take the first winner chicken dinner of the day.
We were making a few jokes in chat last week saying that maybe what Black Hand needed, maybe all that they needed was to have crowns casting. And I'm just saying, first map of the day, they get a winner chicken dinner.
Coincidence? Pattern?
Coincidence, I think not, but ultimately what we are seeing is Black Hand stepping up to the plate and in a phenomenal shape and manner. RUKH Esports, though, were terrifying, I would say the least of that. I mean, picking up 15 eliminations almost like it was nothing, just making the rotation into center zone, and then just having the audacity to be in center zone in such a wide open zone. I mean, they looked like they were comfortable.
I think with RUKH Esports going into that game, it was a situation of we know when to stop. Right, I did say that every other team was looking for as much elims as possible before they make it into the circle, but RUKH Esports were able to get themselves 9 before they had to go into that circle, and then they're like, you know what, we've got 9, we're not actually going to look for too much. All we're just going to do is send it straight to the center of the circle, chill it out. If worse comes to worse, we're going to use the smoke grenades. And it did turn out that they didn't actually have to, and it was actually a good play coming through from them.
Like you said, I mean, all of the teams they were very reserved in terms of the utility they were using, but they needed to save it for those ending points, for those ending opportunities where they are stuck in those 1v1 situations where they need to try and, you know, literally explode the grasses to find out where everyone is hiding and get some of that cover open. But that was a crazy Erangel, ultimately one of the most explosive ones we've seen so far. In fact, I think it was one of the most aggressive Erangels we've seen so far. So let's go take a recap and check those highlights. I mean, Crowns, that Erangel was just wild.
Very, very wild, and this is one of the reasons why I like the open field endings, because you know it tends to give us a new thing, you know, from time to time. Normally, we would see so many teams heading into that late phases, but today it does look like everyone is like, you know what, we're not doing that anymore. The placement points aren't too much. We're going to go on for those elimination points, and I think that is pretty much this is what comes with that change of the point system.
I mean, this is what we love to see. The team's really adapting. They've really been bringing in some aggressive energy. We know off of the bat of that match, we had RUKH Esports at least making sure that they got those 15 eliminations, and that's ultimately where they ended it up. So they finished off with 20 points. 2 points behind them, we had Black Hand actually making their appearance with their winner chicken dinner, 18 points in total. So they picked up really a good chunk of change to get themselves on the overall standings, and hopefully that's going to be, you know, just the start of things to come for today. But the World of Battle, they had 10 points total. VISTA Gaming up to 8. Titans tied with GREEDYFORKILLS for 7. And then it really just starts to trickle on down. We only had two teams being our new customers for the donut shop, and that was Blackjack Esports and the Mind Weapon. So, I mean, we're still getting some customers in the donut shop.
Yeah, definitely we are getting some customers. I think with Blackjack Esports, it was just them getting caught up with how much information they had. Like I said, they did have so much information out there on that northern edge, but it was just down to how they were going to push and how they were going to use that information to their advantage. But unfortunately, they were not quite able to do it. They did end up getting taken out. I did say Vampires was going to struggle today because the way the lobby is fixed right now, it doesn't really work in their advantage. And now we're about to head into Miramar, which means it's gonna be, you know, a whole lot of craziness. But man, speaking of craziness, we've seen so much here. We'll be sending it to a break and we'll be right back for Miramar.
URUS here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa for Spring is 2023. Wow, and you know it's the first time I get to say these things, so there's bound to be one or two mistakes. But as we talk about it, the first map done and dusted for the last week of this incredible tournament, and we had such a explosive, aggressive, wild Erangel.
I feel like that is every single word that actually describes what we've just seen out there in Erangel. You know, all of these teams did come out going into this game and they're like, you know what, we're out here to frag. What I wanted to see, and that is what I saw. And I just like when these teams are able to, you know, prove me right, you know?
Hey, we like to see it. We like to see the aggression these teams have been bringing in. And again, RUKH Esports, it looks like they are the RUKH Esports from week number 1. After the first match, they have already set some dominating presence in the area. But Black Hand, 2 points right behind them. I feel like that's a nice little bit of an engagement, a nice little bit of opposition that we could hopefully be seeing more of for the rest of the day. Especially with now the idea that CRYPTICS is going to be joining in on this Miramar. And obviously, we are going to Miramar. So it's going to be curious to see if we're going to see those same set of teams rising to the top.
Yeah, and you know, something that I was very baffled about was how this week was going to turn out. You know, I was talking to some of these players, like, how are you going to, some of the players in Blackhand, how do you plan to work, you know, knowing that you have RUKH Esports also in the lobby? Because, you know, in the previous phases, we've seen these two teams always jam against each other. And right now, I think we're probably going to, oh, they're not playing this next game. But still, we do see them, you know, go against each other, you know, in almost every single map.
We do, and they've been picking up some crazy pacing. But we know CRYPTICS on their Miramar tend to be a lot more dominating. They tend to be a lot more aggressive, looking for those eliminations. Whether or not they'll actually get that success into this first Miramar of the last week is going to be the question. Maybe they'll just take this as a bit of a warm-up, get an idea of what everyone's doing this week, because already we're seeing that different energy. We're seeing a different set of momentum these teams are bringing in.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure CRYPTICS is one of those teams that would actually lead and, you know, follow on whatever pace that anybody actually wants to set going into this game. Going into this next game, we do have CRYPTICS, TEAMLAG, Virtual Gaming Squad, and Wavy Sports. You know, our one and only chicken dinner stealers. Ooh, it rhymes. We do see them actually coming in through for the second map of the day.
It's going to be quite a fun one. And we know Miramar also tends to be a little bit more rotation heavy, whereas in terms of the zone that we had from Erangel, I'm very curious to see if we're going to have the same sort of scenario. If we're again going to be seeing a lot of water into Miramar. It was weird for my brain to try and process that there's water on Miramar, because we really don't get often opportunities to see it. But we had 2 Miramar maps where we had water involved, so I'm just gonna give it up to PUBG Mobile. Who knows what zone we're gonna get today? But here it is, the Miramar, the second match of the last week of PMPL Africa, and things are just heating up. I mean, these teams are ready and raring to get their best possible points.
Yep, revving the engines, getting ready with the pursuits. As we can already see everyone hopping out of the plane. No time to check. It's one of those nice plane paths where we actually get it slicing the map horizontally into 2. It's almost half, but it does mean like we'll be having a whole lot of you know, fun going into this game. Now I'm looking forward to seeing, are we going to see a repeat of week 1 where we saw, you know, San Martin being very occupied?
Well, yeah, that's also the question, as well as Los Leones. I mean, we used to have like 3 teams every single Miramar, at
Mhm.
least occupying Los Leones, and that's causing a lot of chaos when those rotations really do favor Los Leones. We get a little bit of that city battle, but they've been pretty respectful for now. Well, I don't know if that's going to change today.
Mhm.
Maybe that's going to change today. But we'll see. These teams already taking a few rotations. Titans heading over to Val del Mar, potentially doing a split onto that island towards the bottom, and a few more potential opportunities. Crowns, what are some of the positions you're going to be keeping an eye out on?
I'm gonna keep my eyes more on the south, and that is because of Titan and CRYPTICS. We've seen them clash multiple
Oh
as
my.
something about you
Yes!
and water.
Yes! This
So
is my favorite zone. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
So now we know military base zones is for DK, and now water zones in Miramar is for S. But anyway,
Hey.
as I was saying, I'm keeping my eye out on the south because we do have so many teams on that south. I'm not even going to start talking about Los Leones, but Titan Gaming and Cryptics, we always see them clash when they go on their rotation because I mean both teams do like Miramar a lot, so their rotations always seem to be a little bit similar, when they head into that later phases. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye out on the south. Currently, this zone strong position, I would say, would be somewhere around that Minas Generalis towards the north. You're currently having that high ground advantage over there. You're able to gather so much information, on whatever is going on in the lobby. We can already see teammates from URUS holding some of those positions out there. On the southern side, I'd say if you're able to hold on Los Leones, the hill, without getting taken out from anyone in Los Leones, go for it.
You can see these teams have a little bit of PTSD, right, from last week, because a lot of them have just moved on into the east. They're like, listen, I don't care. I don't care where the zone shifts. If it does shift this side, I'm going to be ready. We are not going to get caught out on this edge line. Because the problem, or the beauty, if you want to call it, of that zone, that ridge line, that terrain there by the water, it is
Mm,
almost a straight drop. Like you
mhm,
can very easily fall off and then you're taking a swim into the water. And what's even wilder to me, and again, I'll say it every single time because the day it happens, I'm going to lose my mind. Those 2 little islands in the water are playable
mm.
area.
Yep.
Can you imagine if we have teams trying to cram themselves onto that little tiny island?
I've seen that once. Well, I've seen that happen once, and I would
I've
love
been
to see it
close to
happen
it.
again. I would really love to see it again. Water zone in Miramar, definitely something that we're looking forward to. And I want to actually see how these teams will play this one. But man, given the way this zone is, I would say this is looking like a good game for Triple Esports because this happens to be their terrain, it's their home ground. And one thing we've seen from Triple Esports heading from last week's games is the fact that they know how to deal with laggy sports who are landing just out there in Impala. We've seen them go up towards laggy sports and take them out or make them so uncomfortable that laggy sports leaves the vicinity for them, thereby giving them a whole lot of space. So, man, I think Triple E Sports sets for a good one in this one.
Definitely going to be very excited to see who is going to be rising to the top with a crazy zone like this. Greedy for kills, they were pretty, I'd say, prevalent in Erangel. We saw quite a few of their fights, but then ultimately it came to that bit of a split between, I think it was Reno and Fivo towards the end that just had to, as you said, split by circumstance. They had to do what they had to do and try and stay alive for the team. They really didn't have an opportunity to fight together. Hopefully that changes into this Miramar and we see a little bit more of that greedy for kills action because we know Miramar, greedy for kills, sometimes equals 22 eliminations. Sometimes.
Ooh. Sometimes 22 eliminations, sometimes even a winner chicken dinner because those guys were absolutely on fire when we started to head into Miramar games. And everything we saw pop off on Miramar, or that we usually see pop off on Miramar, is cryptics. Going from week 1 to week 2, we've seen them actually go, all out on Miramar. The last time we saw them in Miramar, they were gathering up to about 15 elims before they were eventually, shut down that operation and sent back into the lobby. So I keep my eye out on Cryptics to see if they can bring on that Miramar consistency. Bashed them a lot last week for not staying or playing condensed, and I look forward to seeing them condensing their play more on the map of Miramar.
I also really want to see if they can just sort of break that 16 elimination marker
Mm,
on Miramar specifically, because again, we spoke about it, briefly. It feels like that when they get to those 15 eliminations, that's just when it ends, and
yeah.
that's the case for a lot of teams. 15 elims seems to be one of the small averages that we have for some of our top teams. It's very rare that we get, those 22 elimination games, which makes sense. But anything more than 15, even just like 16, 17, 18, it feels like it starts to slow down heavily. Which, I mean, the fact that we're talking about 15 eliminations being any kind of average for teams is ridiculous. But
Mhm.
if I can, I'm going to ask these teams to just make it a bit wilder.
Yeah, and wild is what the side of URUS are looking forward to. This is what I was saying about this hill. You get to have so much advantage, so much information as to what is going on. Timeout to find themselves around the junkyard. Weiss is out there just watching it all happen, gathering that information, looking for someone to actually just lose their guard, prone, take the shot, damage would be done, 1 HP left. But that man has got his driver's license checked as he will be able to keep his teammates safe. Hazard is just out there just saying, whew. The driving class is paid off.
We have a saying here in South Africa where we would say, you didn't get your license in a lucky packet. Which really seems to be applying for this case, but somehow managing to make that happen. Fantastic work. Of course, Blackjack Esports getting just a bit of a high-rise position, getting some information potentially on towards the likes of CRYPTICS as they're making their rotation on forward. You can see just out off in the distance, Al Chapo is going to be showing their hand alongside Senke. Ooh, Senke very close, but Amadi will let it pass for now.
Blackjack also one of those teams that have actually been doing well on Miramar. And I think with Blackjack, we've seen a couple of Miramar chicken dinners coming through from them, but with Blackjack, I actually want to see more of that consistency. We'd always see Blackjack be in that top 2 situation in Miramar, and then it just boils down to closing the game. I mean, the last Miramar we saw them on, Hamodi was looking disconnected for like a while, and then they didn't actually win that Miramar game. So I'm keeping my eye out on Blackjack Esports to see if they can actually continue to show me, that Miramar prowess that we know from them.
Ooh, we can see shots raining off into the distance. A little bit of interest starting to form, but nothing concrete just yet. Hamodi, though, getting caught on out. Arab Golden, they have isolated the player. Now they're going to be isolating themselves a point in the pocket because Blackjack, they can't double back right now to try and get this res on up. It would be just sending their team back into the lobby. They don't have information and they don't even have the time, really, with all of these rotations moving in. So, unfortunately, Hamodi will be left for now. We'll see if anything else does come to fruition. Vista Gaming, meanwhile, have spotted out timeout here. And they're running that 3-1 split. Mido, they're onto the high-rise, might be able just to get the flanking position onto Vista.
Yeah, he has so much leverage going on into this fight. His advantage cannot even be overspoken because right now that dude is just out there like, come on, try to send it into the compound. Let's see how that ends up for you. And I don't think the side of Vista are aware of that one. The zone is going to go for that western shift, which is interesting because Los Leones, people on the south, do find themselves now having more of the advantage.
Ooh. This is shaping up to be a very interesting Miramar. It's a pity that we're not heading into the water, but look at this. Just so many opportunities on the mainland for some chaos already. Virtual Gaming is going to be feeling the brunt of that chaos as One Shot trying to make a rotation in to help out their teammate, but URUS is just locking it down.
Yep, locking it down indeed, shutting things down for the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad as Virtual Gaming Squad forced to make that rotation out of that forced to actually just make that rotation. Well, I mean, if you're alive, it's one shot. We saw that man actually frag out a lot last week.
Like to see it more. I mean, don't stop just from last week. Let's bring it into this week. Let's make some consistency happen here. Definitely would be a good sign for Timeout to bring in some more action. URUS as well. I mean, they brought in some of that Miramar action over onto the first week, and then it really got quiet from there. So I hope those 3 eliminations are just the start of the points they want to pick up into this one. MEA Esports, happy to see a little bit of them, and happy to see them with all 4 of their players. Cough, cough, cough.
All right, right. I'm not just happy to see them outside the zone, taking shots at players who are looking to get into the zone. So right now, I'd really like to see rotation come through from the side of MEA Esports. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing there from Vista, holding it up on that southern side of the crown of La Bendita. It does happen to be a very good position, a lot of ridge lines to play. But if you have the teams on the other side of the crown, which is still in the zone, you would be in for a lot of third party and a lot of pinch here and there.
On the other side of the crown, was that on purpose? You did that on purpose?
Yes.
I saw it. I saw it. It looks like we still have someone bringing in some puns here. But hey, look at this. Vampire. Ooh, stop just finding Mohammed and, well, putting a stop to it. So, all the battle now, trying to make a rotation on in with the shots flying on by. Zuxi has definitely been one of those players to fear in the last couple of weeks, picking up some crazy eliminations for GREEDYFORKILLS. So I would not want to be in their line of sight. And the World of Battle, I think, feels pretty much the same.
Yeah, I think Zoxy is that player that we saw him sleep a little bit going into the beginning of that second phase. And then I was like, Zoxy, can you actually show us that what you've got? And indeed he can. He's already following closely on that, elimination board. But we'll be back to that one. Vampires look to go fully onto the side of the World of Battle with a beautiful grenade from Stop. Would be making Hazeb fall. Mohammed behind the vehicle, but the 249 in the hands of Stop. He doesn't want to stop as he's going to switch over now, looking for that player in the smokes. The grenades going out and Molly's going out. It's only a matter of time before Mohammed does go down. Grenades are a little too far. Goes for the full send. Will get taken down. And World of Battle in a World of Hurt now as Arthur, the Knight, the last player left for the squad.
Oh, gonna try and find some sort of an opportunity with that nade if they can get stopped. Ooh, and they will. Then there's an opportunity towards Savage and Zayn. But now they need to close the gap. This is still a 1v2 scenario. And now look, Titans, slowly but surely, they're encircling their prey. They are looking for a third party. And they have so many eliminations right up ahead of them that they can easily steal from either Vampires or the World of Battle. So time is of the essence.
Or even both. And I think the World of Battle instantly realizing what the situation is, going to head out of Dodge as quickly as possible, take advantage of that chaos that is going on. Stop would get revived, but I don't know, when Tiki is pushing, you're in trouble. But Savage with the DBS would be good for one, but not two when we talk about Titans on Miramar, as they're able to sweep 5 eliminations from this fight.
Sheesh. I mean, third parties, Miramar, Titans, maybe a bit of combo. But hey, they're going to be moving on in from that western side. It's going to be right alongside GREEDYFORKILLS, so they do have an opportunity to pick up a little bit more. They just need to be careful with the rotation. They're going to be picking from this point onwards. At least they're going to be able to top up on some much-needed utilities as we take a look at the rest of the lobby. Towards the southern position, we've got Arab Golden and Wave, obviously in a little bit of a stalemate. And they've got quite an interesting position to work with. Broly is actually one of the few players towards this position. The rest are still making the rotation in a little bit closer. So Wave, if they do make a move now, they'll actually be able to isolate Broly. But for how much longer is going to be the question. We can see Wanted and Quality trying to get line of sight on their teammate and trying to cover any rotations from Wave Esports into this position.
Yeah, and I think with Wave Esports, it's a situation of they know before they make any move or any advance up onto Broly, they have to take out at least one player on the top of the hill, cause that little bit of a distraction before they try to make it into the circle. But Vista in the center or in that northern side of the circle, look at a split.
That's wild. It's very wild, but we'll see if it's going to pay off for them. Right now, pretty much every single member of Vista is isolated. I don't know how they're going to get that return or how they're going to regroup or even where they're going to be holding that final position, but maybe this is an opportunity though. Titans, Axa down to a sliver of HP and Vista now moving on in. Again, they're isolated. Mozaro's here alone.
And he's going for the push. I'm actually surprised. On Titans. At this point, I'm like, are you biting off more than you can chew now? Because that is what it's seeming like. But it does look like Nagato is looking for that little bit of an off angle. And this is what happens when you're playing around the crown. You know, you have that much space to move.
You did it on purpose again.
You do have that much space to move, and we do see Nagato using that space to his advantage. Ra'ad will pull up behind him, and like I said, if someone else pulls up to the other side of the crown, it's going to be a little bit of trouble, as that zone does move down to the south. Vista will be happy about that one. Same thing can be said about Arab Golden, but the Titans now, it's down to how well they want to hold on against this force of Vista Gaming.
Oh, Bizarro, please just leave. This is just... he's making me nervous, right? Vista's still trying to get that rotation in, trying to regroup to cover and back up Mazzaro. And Titan's just waiting to see if they're going to be making a move. Meanwhile, Mo Esports from the other side, on the outskirts of that blue zone, actually moving on. But wait for that, it's Blackjack Esports here and GREEDYFORKILLS. All of a sudden, it's Blackjack moving on into GREEDYFORKILL territory.
trouble on the south as Zeke would be able to find the intro knock onto the side there of Greedy. 2 players left now. Make that 3 or make that 2 actually in the vicinity as Blackjack would continue up on the prowess. Zeke is still looking for that Molotov, looking for the grenades up onto Reno, but would not be able to find any. No sound on the outside. Sending the grenade upstairs, would not be able to hit the mark, at least not just yet. As Phoenix now looking to go for that push. It's a good one to the face of Nosa, but will not quite fall him. As I love the grenade usage coming through from both teams.
Absolutely, just trying to snuff out who's in the vicinity and find some of these stragglers from Greedy for Kills. Nosa trying to stay alive, but you're in a 1v3, my man, and they've got more guns pointed on you than anyone else. So we're going to be saying goodbye to Greedy for Kills now, as Blackjack Esports actually lock down the western front of the zone. It's going to be a good position for them and a lot of breathing room as they are waiting for that next zone shift. We also said goodbye to MEA Esports as they tried to take on the Titans themselves, but now it's going to be URUS on the chopping block as they're heading in for an uphill battle against RUKH.
And it does look like Hazem was ready for the challenge. 2 players will be down for the side here of URUS as Farok and Hamzi out in the building looking to hold on to their end. Hazem looking for that long grenade, does send it out, but I don't know how far it's going to get. Not quite able to do the damage as Ra'ad looking to grab those revives. The blue zone is pushing up, which means they have to clear this as quickly as possible. Are they going to be fine with 2 or do they want 4? That is the question in mind.
A lot of opportunities here for these teams, absolutely, but URUS now, the opportunity they have ahead of them is to try and get a res. Meanwhile, Ra'ad, they are just trying to keep track of the zone, moving with it, not letting anyone fall to the opportunity, and trying to figure out who is up ahead of them and lying in wait. URUS down to 2, now getting a couple shots coming through from VISTA, who finally regrouped and are now using their combined efforts to try and take out URUS. They've got them pinned down. Ramsey does not have an opportunity if they want to take this. It's going to be a tough time. Vista just need one more shot, one more opportunity, and we could be saying goodbye to URUS.
Yeah, that man is really sipping that blue juice. I'm pretty sure he doesn't like how it tastes at the moment. As the side of Vista are looking to play gatekeeper and overwatch into that circle. Talk about a split coming through from them. BSK is just waiting. He's like, oh, come on, bro. Get into the zone.
He knows it's coming. Either you're going to be trying to make a run for it, or you're going to stay out in the blue and deny Vista at that point. But it's not a good ending here for URUS, and it might not be a good ending for Ra'ad as they unfortunately run into the setup from Titans as a 2-piece into a 4-piece. You do the math, it doesn't really work out. So we take a look at the rest of our teams. Vista still towards that northern side. Blackjack still holding strong onto the west. Now that zone rotation needs to move on in, so we can see who's going to be the next team that's going to be zone blessed.
It is Vista once again. CRYPTICS, I can say the same about them, but I'm trying to put up a petition right now. Can we change the name of Miramar to Titan? Because these guys, every single time on Miramar, they are putting in the work, but Triple have been quiet all day. Now they do look to have company in the side here of Wavy Sports, as Hemo would be the first man on the full send. The rest would start to find their way as they trickle down. Hemo would fall as Wavy Sports are not executing this perfectly. Gaddafi is going to probably be the next in line, and indeed he will, as Triple Sports shutting things down at instant it starts. Wavy Sports realizing that, you know what, maybe we should have gathered more information before going into this fight.
Yeah, maybe we could have just used a little bit of scouting opportunities, or maybe we should have tried to stick together and take this as a full team. Either way, decisions you coulda, woulda, shoulda. Now it is going to leave you down to only Petrox as a rotation needs to be made and you need to retreat, or we will be saying goodbye to Web Esports. Triple going to be very happy with those 3 eliminations, but Petrox is going to be just rotating straight into Arab Golden. Broly tries to jump on down and take a little bit of a flyby at Petrox. Doesn't work out. He's good for it. But now you still have to rotate out. And Arab Golden, they have the information. This will be a one-on-one, though.
And this is hoping this guy is not getting, you know, tunnel vision right here. Looking for that one player, looking for that revenge. Waiting for the push coming through from Petrox. Will take a couple of shots, but will not be able to find any. As rotations would come through. Center of the circle looking very, very scanty. The Titans still having a whole lot of trouble with the side of Vista gaming out there up on the north.
And while the Titans and Vista is just going to be the CRYPTICS taking a wonderful amount of shot timeouts and actually succeeding, finding the knock, now just waiting for a bit more of an opportunity.
Yeah, that opportunity is what they are looking for right now. Triple Esports still holding up on the south, looking for that entry into the circle. Inevitably, they would have to push up onto the side of CRYPTICS, but that is definitely not an easy push. As we see them just waiting for that zone to just cover all sorts of high grounds behind them before they start to make their movement into the zone.
Titans, oh, getting a little bit cheeky, but P6 is going to be caught on out, and now it is relegated down to only Puncher, holding onto those western side. They were initially just taking on Vista, but now they need to deal with Blackjack Esports as well. We said they were holding onto this western front, and now they sense a few intruders heading into their camp.
It's interesting to see the amount of solo plays we're getting today because Phoenix did get that knock up onto P6, and he seems to be the only Blackjack Esports member in the vicinity looking to go for that 1v1 up against Puncher. I don't really see many of their teammates forming up. I mean, I do see Zeke in the vehicle, but it's still like a little bit far out as we see Phoenix just waiting for Puncher to attempt that res, as Puncher is also looking for all that opening as he does send the grenade through up onto the side of Phoenix, but not before Phoenix would get his thirst. Puncher now knows there is no point, there is no choice. I have to go for the push. 11 eliminations for the team, and he's looking to make that 112 as Blackjack Esports support would come through from the side there of Zeke. Puncher looking for the knock, will not quite find the spray down now as he does go down the hill. The Mini 14 would find him, and that will be the end of Puncher. Actually, make that the M4 from the side to take down Titan Game.
Wow, what an end to Titan Gaming. I mean, with their eliminations, they finish off with 12 points that they're going to be adding to the tally, which isn't bad, but obviously they would have loved to try and take a little bit of a hit at that 22 elimination record. For now, though, we'll keep an eye out on the rest of these teams. CRYPTICS moving in from the south. Just behind them, of course, it is Triple, who are reaching out with a bit of a message that they want this compound. They want this real estate from CRYPTICS, and they might even fight them for it.
It's only a matter of time. It was bound to happen. And I think Triple Esports were just waiting to make sure that their backs are cleared before they start to make a move into the circle. CRYPTICS definitely aware of this push that might be coming through. You can see them trying not to peek, trying not to find that intro knock, but El Chapo would fall for the bait. And that is what the players there from Triple Esports need. The flank would be found. And here comes the rest as Icy does hold that flank angle just all right. Wappy might just play spoiler for the side of Triple Esports. As we do see the full send now coming in through. Revives will not be processed quite yet as the full send will come. Kimo is going to be the first man as the grenade would make him fall. CRYPTICS still holding it up with 3. As Triple Esports now have to grab 1 revive.
I'm loving this from Triple Esports. They're definitely staying active, but they are going up against CRYPTICS, who have had this opportunity. Icy now going for the flanking position, trying to back up their teammates and trying to at least try whittle down the numbers, which is what they need. They need a foothold into this. For CRYPTICS might literally just blow them off back into the lobby.
Yeah, the one thing that Triple Esports were trying to make sure does not happen eventually happened. They did get taken out from behind, or they're getting third party from behind. Full send will come through. Marshall would fall as Old Boy would find him out there in the corners. The side of Triple now going for that full send. They are looking to play it as carefully as possible, but with CRYPTICS falling back and sending the grenades, they do seem to be holding up quite well for a 3-man squad.
It's going to come down to those utilities. How many utilities do they still have left? How much longer can they sustain this before Triple potentially finds a foothold? CRYPTICS not actually going for the push because they know Icy's still lurking around. They're waiting for those third parties to do the work and give them an opportunity. And here it is. They're going to be heading on through, try and close out Triple Esports, send them back into the lobby. Only 2 more members alive. Where's Icy hiding? Where are the rest?
I see holding that off angle, and I guess he did not form up. He would get spotted though by Lazy Boy. Thought the last player left would be good for 1, but not 2. As CRYPTICS defend their compound, losing only 1 player. So far, so good. But Blackjack Esports, third party merchants, they heard the noise. They want a little bit of that engagement as we see Zeke going for that push. But the guy of CRYPTICS, they've gotten their revives. They're ready for this.
Well, they're ready at least in terms of numbers, but they still want to get those HP bars up. I don't know if they had an opportunity as well to get some loot going. Maybe they don't have the opportunity to refresh the utility just yet. But we'll see. Blackjack Esports also see in the distance timeout as well as CRYPTICS. So maybe there's a bit of a distraction that can just slow them down enough for CRYPTICS to reset. Timeout. Oh, in a world of trouble.
Definitely trying to run out in the open field, definitely not a good idea, especially when you do not have vehicles to help you with that. Another zone shift, and the players there from VISTA are still playing these very, very splits. They have so much information and they have so much space up there on that north that they know they have nothing to worry about. But teams that have to worry about getting into the circle will be Blackjack and CRYPTICS out there on the south. As we see CRYPTICS, they're also focused on the center of the circle.
Oh, they are indeed, but for how much longer can they sustain that already? A few teams trying to reach across, trying to find those opening opportunities towards Vista as, well, they don't know yet, but we know Vista's the only team still with all of their players up and at 'em. They've got a good position coming through from that northern side. They've been left to their own devices. They just need a position in zone. Mazzaro, though, look at that. Zeke might be heading straight to Mazzaro and isolating that opportunity if they'd continue.
I mean, the side of VISTA, they have so much information. I'm pretty sure Mazzaro is aware of all of this trouble that is happening out there on the south. And he's just waiting for his teammates to get a little bit closer, gather all the angles. And we can already see them already going for that angle. BSK is going to stay outside, trying to see if he can actually find some of those off angles as Blackjack Esports now make their descent into the circle. Shots would already be going towards Phoenix, and now they know what they're up against.
CRYPTICS, they have such a good opportunity. Blackjack and Vista are focusing on each other. They're getting a bit tunnel visioned. This is an opportunity now for CRYPTICS to take that hit on in, take Blackjack out, and then focus on Vista. Maybe give them a little bit of time to, to damage each other and then swoop in for the third party.
That does look like what they're doing. Lazy Boy with the grenade, sending it onto the side there of Phoenix, looking for that mark. But Phoenix just a little too far. As the side of CRYPTICS, they understand they have to get moving. Lazy Boy will get into the vehicle in the search for an off angle. Phoenix not quite able to trace him, and Phoenix now knows he is in trouble. As Lazy Boy is not just only within sight, he is also within naming range. Through the bottom of the vehicle, he would get found. Energy trying to run for it and will be successful. But Seek, on the other hand, in the smoke, it's only a matter of time.
Ooh, if Lazy Boy had like 5 more bullets, that would have been it for another member of Blackjack Esports. I love the proactivity from them, but they will ultimately say goodbye as Vista were ready for the third party. Now we take a look at CRYPTICS and Vista, a 3v4 scenario. Obviously, Vista moving in from that southern side. Mazzaro, the first one up, is going to get that information through to the rest of the team with their 1-3 split, but has to be careful. Does not want to get isolated. It is going to jump into the vehicle, reposition, and wait for CRYPTICS to make their move while their teammates back them up.
So many angles being held by the side of VISTA Gaming. You almost cannot see them lose this fight. Lazy Boy would get taken down by that blue zone, and Mazzaro probably has an idea of that one as we see him launching that grenade up to the top. CRYPTICS cannot waste any more time as they're looking for that revive, but the LMG in the hands of Mazzaro is a very bad combo. Takes a couple of shots towards Senke, and Senke definitely cannot hold his ends against that one. El Chapo, the last player left, stands up, gets a knock as he continues up on the prowess. Vista would be down by 1, but they're not going to falter. They're chill, they're relaxed. They know there's nothing to rush about because it's just 1 player left. This case still looking for that angle as the revive will be coming through up onto Mazzaro.
Vista know exactly what they need to do. As you've said, they just need to utilize their numbers advantage. They know El Chapo is out in the zone. They know he needs to make a move into zone, and as soon as he does, he has to isolate himself. He has to expose himself, but a shot up through El Chapo down to 10, and we will be saying goodbye to CRYPTICS with the winner chicken dinner going to Vista Gaming.
Yeah, and you can just tell that VISTA Gaming knew that they had that one in the bag. All they were just doing was waiting. They had so much information, so much space on that north, and they really, really used it to their advantage. And when it came down to it, they knew there's just 1 player. We can have fun with the snipers. And man, that was actually a good sniper.
No, that was insane. Vista, they got the perfect timing, but also it fell into such... they were basically given that winner chicken dinner on a silver platter in some regard because Blackjack Esports and CRYPTICS chose to take that engagement at that time. They did so much damage to one another. They exposed themselves for so much longer that Vista just had to chime on in for that third party. They had the information. They had already done some of that damage as well and picked up some of those eliminations. So then it was just riding it all the way to the end. Beautiful finish for Vista Gaming, but also fantastic to see a few new names. Blackjack Esports, top 3 finish. That is fantastic.
It is fantastic, but given that I actually did push it out that, Blackjack, you do well on Miramar. I just want to see you close it out. That is just one thing I want to see from Blackjack Esports. I mean, they were able to put up a couple of points on board going through from this game, but I really want to see them close it out. And I want to say something about VISTA Gaming. They won the game because they actually stayed on the crown.
I was waiting to I was very tempted to mention it during that final three finish. That you've just been pandering them, you've just been giving them this opportunity, and yeah, there it is. Okay, so puns equal a winner-winner chicken dinner. I apparently make sure that we have water involved in the zone, at least for the beginning parts, and DK is to blame for military-based zones. Got it. Starting to get these patterns down. Even if we can't get any predictions on the team, maybe we can try and become zone predictions. But let's go take a look at those fantastic highlights. I mean, we had an explosive Erangel. We went into an even more energetic Miramar. I'm loving the energy these teams are bringing to the table. It definitely has to show for the last week of PMPL Africa that everyone is pushing for those final slots and for the most amount of points they could possibly garner in a single week of play. But speaking of the points and speaking about how these teams have been pushing their luck or pushing the envelope, we do need to take a look at the match rankings to see what that Miramar really meant for these teams. And ultimately, as we said, Blackjack Esports towards that top three, CRYPTICS in the three, VISTA Gaming in the top three. I mean, it's good to see all of these teams making an appearance.
Yeah, and I also want to see how many points Titans were able to get, given that they had 11 eliminations going into this game. And indeed, it will put them in third place overall on those leaderboards. And this is just very nice to see from Titan Gaming that, you know what, if we're not going to get those placement points, we might as well get as many eliminations as possible. But Vista Gaming would not be sleeping on anything, setting themselves about 6 points clear of second place. And that is good points going through from Vista.
It's good to see. I mean, we are breaking in a bit of a mold here for these teams. CRYPTICS and Titans, though, in the top three with Titans and their fantastic showing with eliminations. It's a bit scary to see that, if they just made a different call with the rotation, we could have been seeing them a lot higher on the overall standings, because they did all this with just one placement. So just keep that in the back of your mind. TIMEOUT also making a wonderful appearance, and we did ask them at the beginning of the day that we wanted to see more from them, so it's good to see a balance of eliminations and placements coming through onto this table. Let's hope they stay consistent with this, and let's hope this continues as we move into Sanhok for some of these teams.
Yeah, and TimeOut Esports being one of those teams that need to triple their efforts, in order to make it into the top 16 at least. I would say this is actually a good start going through from them, or coming through from them going into the next, couple of games that we're going to have today. Arm Golden able to secure themselves on the first page, having 4 points. Not too bad, but kind of low, but I'll take it regardless. Triple Esports still putting up a little bit of points up on the board, but let's head over to that second page and see what else is going on.
Absolutely. As we know, because we have such good success on the first page, it does mean that we are going to be greeting a few customers coming through to the donut shop. GREEDYFORKILLS, TEAMLAG, the World of Battle, and Virtual Gaming Squad didn't have the Miramar that they wanted. Thankfully for some of them, they have an opportunity to try again later today. However, at least for the likes of RUKH and Wave and Vampires, there is some semblance of opportunity. MEA Esports, also, they made it quite far into the phases with all of their players alive.
Yeah, and maybe not the best of points. They do have only 1 point coming through from this game, but I really want to see MEA Esports put up points up on board. And regardless of how well they were able to hold up, it does look like right now they're doing so well in placements-ish, which is what we saw coming through from them in phase one. We did say you do know the good positions to stay, but you just need to know how to defend those positions. Going into this Miramar game, they did decide to go for a very late rotation, which I wouldn't have advised anybody. And then going on that late rotation up on that north where Titan Gaming is waiting for you, I don't see you making it too far.
Look, I mean, they couldn't have really planned that, but no one really wants to go into Titans. If they knew, they would have done something different. But what we do know is we're going to be taking a short break before we get ready for the action on Sanhok. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa for the Spring 2023 season. And of course, none of this would be possible without our fantastic sponsors, especially Monster Energy, our official energy drink sponsor, that has obviously been keeping these teams up at night and getting them ready for all the action because we have a lot of explosive energy. We've got a crazy amount of energy today from these teams, Crowns, and I can only imagine that has to be Monster.
Yeah, it definitely is Monster. You have to unlock your inner monster out here, unleash the beast as you go into the PMPL Africa Spring split. But teams that would not be able to unleash the beast, they have to tame it down for this next game, would be Greedy4Kills, the World of Battle, URUS Esports, and Vampires, as they will be missing out on this sweet Sanhok game.
It hurts, but again, I seem to be one of the few people that actually like Sanhok, so maybe they are praising the stars that they don't have to play Sanhok today, and they can come back for Miramar and Erangel. Either way, though, the Rumble in the Jungle is just around the corner, and teams are going to be put to the test, as we've already seen such a very aggressive opportunity from these teams and momentum that they've been bringing into our bigger maps. Now, when we condense that down to a 4x4 instead of the 8x8, yeah, it's going to be rough. These teams are really going to have to deal with some wild third parties.
Yeah, a whole lot of third parties. Given that everyone going into this game is coming through to fight, everyone actually wants those eliminations. We know that this is going to be a whole lot of lot of ways to actually get points. I'm looking forward to seeing which one of these teams would be, capitalizing on using the chaos of Sanhok, going into these games. I'm looking for which one of those bottom teams, and I'm hoping TEAMLAG is one of those teams.
Absolutely. We want to see those teams that have had some trouble getting the points to really rise to the top and showcase some of their better performances. But in terms of Sanhok, we've seen some wild zones in the last few days, in the last few matches especially. Now we have to worry a little bit more about Sanhok towards the later phase, because that initial zone shouldn't be all too wild, I don't expect, and because it's Sanhok, rotations are easy enough.
Yeah, rotations are easy. You get to walk around a lot. Something that I've not really seen being implemented out here in Sanhok is the vehicles. I mean, we don't really see vehicles out here in Sanhok, but the hot drop that I am seeing out there in Paradise Resorts is something I didn't expect to see going into phase 3.
Hey, it looks like someone is really fighting for the keys to the resort, and well, there's an opportunity for plenty of teams to get involved. As we've got, I mean, the likes of Mo Esports around that vicinity. We've got the Mind Weapon as well, CRYPTICS just to the north, and the Zone even adding to a little bit of the pot because they will allow all of the teams in that vicinity to take their time because they got plenty of space to work with. But ultimately, the focus is on Smash and Virtual Gaming. Are currently two teams fighting out for the keys to the Paradise Resort, and it looks like we might be seeing an opportunity here for Smash, but they need to get more information, try to take that flanking position around. Maybe they'll just back off.
I mean, I would understand if they're doing that because in situations like this where Paradise Resorts is in the circle, it's nice to have Paradise in the circle, but you do not want to waste too much time going for these engagements because at this point, so many teams will be looking to get through Paradise. We already have the Mind Weapon lurking around in the outskirts, right? CRYPTICS could also make their way in. Let's not even start talking about the bootcamp guys coming through from Triple Esports. These are people that can actually come in through and they would want to go through Paradise Resort. So you do not want to waste as much time as possible. As you can already see, Delhap is just waited to start hearing some shots go through, and then he's looking at the elimination feed. The instance he sees more than enough. It's popping into the situation, trying to see how much elims he can steal.
Especially when the rest of the team actually rotates on in to back them up. But for now, Delhap might just be able to get a good idea, at least, as to the rotation Virtual Gaming might want to take on out, and then they can potentially pincer them and get some much-needed eliminations early on. So definitely opportunities lying in wait. And I agree with you. For teams right now that they've seen that zone, they know that Paradise is very close to center and there's a lot of cover. Obviously, there is going to be a lot of engagements and fights for that territory. Mo Esports, questionable position for Hates because unfortunately for them, the entirety of timeout is right up ahead of them. But thankfully for their position, it looks like they will be giving them that spacing and just regrouping, maybe an opportunity to try and rotate ouches here.
I was about to say, Bo Esports do have a nice split because they did have the whole of timeout in their center. So I was hoping they would actually play around that and try to box them in, get the eliminations from all sorts on all angles. Given that this compound that timeout find themselves in is relatively one of the easiest compounds to breach in Sanhok, I would have expected to see them actually go for that push, but it does look like they're going for that pickup onto Hates to try to see what they can do. And I don't know, Timeout seeing all of these happening, they know that that team is not one of those aggressive teams, which can kind of give them that, that boost to want to go back into that engagement.
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to the team. If they don't feel that they're comfortable taking that engagement, then rather not, right? But
Mm.
we will have to wait and see what these teams are capable of doing later on. For now, we've got some stalemate going on here between Virtual Gaming and Smash, as they're still deciding if it's really worth taking that fight now, or just looking for the signal that they know that it is safe to actually engage. But time is running out. As we can see, everyone
Mm.
getting slowly but surely closer to Paradise. Timeout, the Mind Weapon rather, have already rotated over on into that center just outside where Virtual Gaming are currently holding. And then just behind them, it's Triple Esports. So take your pick. There's plenty of teams here to try and take you out.
And teams that I predicted to actually come in here, because I was saying in Triple Esports would want to make it into Paradise. The Mind Weapon, the same thing can be said. And it's only a matter of time before we start to see CRYPTICS, crawling into the mix. I mean, we already even have a timeout who are in the outskirts, and more esports. These are guys that if they hear this noise, they're like, oh, it's actually going on in Paradise. Let's go on there to see if we can get a couple of eliminations. We see Raad also getting closer and closer. And right now, for a weird reason, Paradise does seem to be the center of attraction.
I don't blame them, I guess, to some extent, because it's like a good amount of cover, there's a good amount of loot, but yeah, we're going to see quite a crazy cluster over towards Paradise Resort, which is going to result in some wild action already. Vortex is going to be saying goodbye to their teammates, as RUKH just come for a very quick and swift drive-by, so they'll be very thankful for that elimination. Now they have to deal with the rest of Timeout, however.
It's almost unfortunate at this point. Like, they were actually looking good, Mo Esports. They were actually looking good in this game. And then, oh no.
Unlucky.
Yeah, it's just unlucky at that, like you've just said. This idea of timeout, I wouldn't expect them to be actually taking this much shots, but I think I would understand it as a what's it called? As a mechanism actually to ward off all of these teams, to try to tell these teams to not come here. Because like I said, that compound is one of the easiest to breach compounds out here in Sanhok. It doesn't really take too much to actually breach it. We can already see the side of Raad already making a full send. And once they go over that fence, it's all over. But Kofo though, on that flank angle, will get met by the side of Abdullah. Is able to get that first knock, but he would fall to the S12K from behind. Raad looking to go for that one as they go into the compounds. One player down for the side of timeout as Raad now continues to move. They do spot the players as they make their rotation, as they grab their first. Timeout looking for that knock. Would find an knock up onto Ghazi as Mido, very low on HP now, has to recruit.
You could say the Timeout actually tried to run a bait and switch. Two members in the compound trying to make a lot of noise, attracting the teammates to them, with the other two towards the outskirts trying to be those flanking positions. Unfortunately for Timeout though, Raad, they have just been hitting some fantastic shots, and now shotgun in hand is 12K right around the corner. Again, it might be saying hello to Mido, but there is enough numbers from Raad to potentially close this one out. It's just now about a game of cat and mouse, but look at this. With all of the noise happening, Mo Esports have decided that it is finally their time to move on in. This is their opportunity. If they wait too much longer, they will have to give up these potential eliminations. So, Timeout in a world of trouble, and Raad might have a bit of a surprise around the corner.
Yeah, and I think the side of Mo Esports are waiting for that fight to break out again. I feel like they slept on it a little too much. They're forming up a little bit too late, because right now, if Mido doesn't start that fight and Mo Esports heads into this, it will be almost Mo Esports shooting themselves in the foot, because they'll be sending it up in the numbers disadvantage instantly. But it doesn't look like Mido is that guy that wants any of the fights. That man is just cheap. But guess who's here? It's CRYPTICS.
I just saw those blue little dots moving on in right behind Raad, and I knew it's CRYPTICS, and all of a sudden Raad in a world of trouble. SNK with that information again, just getting a bit of a haircut, but managing just to get behind the wall. But now this is the trigger for the rest of CRYPTICS to move on in. They need covering fire, they need backup. They're running this as a two-piece, the other two slacking on behind. They need to catch up and back up their teammates.
Well, the grenade would definitely not make them back up anymore. As you can see, both players just turn in their direction. They're like, okay, now we're going to set it into the compound. Now it's the time for Mo Esports to make their break into that compound, as we see the grenades flying through from the side of CRYPTICS. A very interesting angle being held by Ghazi right now. But would he be able to prevent him from taking this nade damage coming through from the side of El Chapo? The answer is yes. That man is still holding up quite all right. Senke down to slither of HP as Raad looking to play this one as quietly as possible. Here comes the push. Hazem on the pre-fires, would not be able to find any as Marshall comes in from behind, but will fall. Hazem is able to get himself that little bit of an advantage, falling, making sure the side of CRYPTICS are going to play it a little bit passively.
The reload just not coming through in time, unfortunately, wasting a few too many bullets trying to get those confirmation does mean that Hazem goes down. The Ra'ad now resulted down to only one member. Ghazi trying to hold on, but they need to get a move on before those reses go on through. And now the noise is going to be there. Lazy Boy get off and makes it happen with the DBS, but here comes Mo Esports finding and firing onto CRYPTICS.
Overextending coming through from the side of Paradox, and they have to continue up on this push onto the side of CRYPTICS, but they would opt for the revive instead. Mido is out here just watching and listening to all of this happen, and if CRYPTICS are able to stick this revive, the side of Mo Esports might just find himself in a world of hurt, but it does look like Mo Esports are going for that push. We've seen them actually win a lot of times in this compound. Would today also add into the record books. El Chapo cooking that one for so long, sends it out, would not be able to find the damage, but he would walk into the Molotov and fall to the S12K. As Senke has to hold his own. The grenades are going out, hates is down, but with the jump shots coming through from Mo Esports, they would send the CRYPTICS back in. 5 eliminations, and this is Mo that we want to see.
I want to celebrate, but let me calm down because there is still an intruder in this compound. Mido is still hiding. And I mean, with the number of shots Mo Esports would have heard, they've been here for so long. They know that they went on against another team just before the other two rolled on in. The numbers don't add up. Someone is missing. Someone is lurking in the midst. But we'll have to wait and see if they've made that connection because there was a lot of chaos. But Mo Esports, 5 eliminations, taking down CRYPTICS. I mean, this is a dream come true.
Yeah, it's so nice to see that Mo Esports are able to do this much work heading into heading into this Sanhok game, and I really hope this is actually good momentum for the side of Mo Esports.
I'm crying a little bit, but I'll keep it down. But anyway, Lag now holding on against VISTA. Trying to back off. They are running all of this commotion here towards the southern portion of the zone, and they have that spacing to work with. Blackjack Esports still need to make that rotation in, so for now they have the space, but they do have enemy territory to work with. Titans moving on in, getting a surprise here from Arab Golden as Quality and Wanted are holding onto a beautiful crossfire. Is going to be able to find the one, finds the other with jump shot down, and we say goodbye to Titan. Okay, wait, Mo taking out CRYPTICS, Titans being taken out by Arab Golden. What's happening?
Titans, they're not in Miramar, they're in Sanhok. I think that's just the thing. I'm beginning to see a trend coming through from the Titans, but one trend that I'm seeing coming through from Arab Golden is the way they're able to hold their splits. We saw this come through out there in the Miramar game. They have one player who's exposed, but whenever that player is getting pushed, that player doesn't move. He just tries to hold for as long as possible, and the off angles coming through from the team always comes in clutch. That's the same thing that happened with the Titan. They literally just walked into the bait.
This is just a weird Sanhok. This is a weird day. Ultimately, all I can say, I am speechless, I am shocked, but we still have quite a few more teams to go through. In the meanwhile, Lag, again, still finding that opportunity, looking for that information over towards VISTA. They're running this as a two-piece up against VISTA Gaming, who has still 3 members up, and a good spread. Do have Bisc a little bit split up from the 2. That 2-1 split might pay off in dividends if Bisc can find that opportunity and that flanking position. But for now, A9Q just setting off utilities, trying to see if they can bait out any of those pushes or information from VISTA.
They have a glimpse. They have a little idea of where A9Q is. But they're trying not to overextend because of that little ridge line, that little high ground that they have to push up from. But Biscay's angle would come in clutch. A9Q will fall. And the side of VISTA would get that elimination, give themselves a little bit of breathing space out there on the south.
Escanor unfortunately can't jump into this one because all of a sudden they are now relegated as the solo here for Lag, and they just need to leave. They need to stay alive. They need to get as many points as they possibly can. And right now, the situation is not going to be good for that. Arab Golden just up ahead of them have moved in closer towards the center as our zone is centering off towards Bon. We'll wait for that next shift to see where these teams will have to rotate on through. But we have still some pretty interesting points of play for these teams. I mean, the fact that we still have Bon in opportunity. We have a section of Quarry that's still in play. We'll have to wait and see how the shift is actually going to force the teams into a corner. Black Hand now looks like they're going to be playing a little bit of a game of gatekeep.
Yep, and the last time we saw Black Hand on Sanhok, it was a situation of they rotated in a little too early. They were sending it straight into the center. They got caught behind by the side there of, I believe it was a virtual game or vampires. Either way, but it's nice to see that they're mitigating that, delaying that push, knowing that they're a team that starts that late rotation, and now they are going into that circle a little bit slowly than they normally will or than they did the last time. It is nice to see, but one other thing that is nice to see is RUKH Esports positioning in this circle.
Very close to center. Once again, very confident position to hold. And that zone shift is just once again going to confirm that they have made the best possible decision. Mo Esports rotating on in from the south. Virtual Gaming actually taking rotation around their position. Should be able to spot them out, and there it is indeed. Now this is a bit of an interesting one. It is a 3-on-4. Virtual Gaming slowly but surely trying to encircle Mo in their current position.
And now the challenge is on for Mo Esports. How much can you hold up? Already up to 6 eliminations. And how much can they hold on? Would they be able to play this gatekeeper perfectly? 12 seconds on the clock, and they've got a little bit, 133 meters to run before they make it into the circle. Virtual Gaming Squad looking to go for that wrap around, but it's only a matter of time. They will get spotted. Paradox good for one, but not for two. Has to return fire there from Melek. Is good to find him, but there's cover fire coming through from Bom Bom. Able to find yet another one as Sarabi will fall to hate. Where has this Mo Esports been? Virtual Gaming Squad down to 1 in Malek has decided there of Mo Esports would continue to sweep those eliminations, taking out the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad.
I really don't want the dream to end. Mo Esports need to push on in. They need to get this confirmation onto Virtual Gaming. But the Blue Zone's going to help them out with that situation and it's going to force Virtual Gaming's hand. Already the Play Zone taking the first elimination, looking for a bit more hates, trying to find that angle onto Malik. But Malik just sticking it up into the grasses. Shots being fired on through. Malik knows their time is slowly but surely running out. And look at this. Malik has zero meds. They have no decision other than to either stay in the blue and deny Mo Esports one more elimination or try and find a miracle in the grass.
Well, he's going to find a miracle in the lobby. Maybe he's out. 9 eliminations to Mo Esports. I'm liking this. I hope we don't jinx it. But this is looking like a good game. Out there on that northwestern edge, we have the side of Black Hand pushing up onto RUKH Esports. Definitely an engagement we never get tired of seeing. It always happens. There's a little bit of third party coming through from inside the blue from White Boy. Mind Weapon does look like he will bleed out to that blue zone. That'd be a GG for him. Mo Esports getting a little bit excited on the north, maybe.
I mean, I don't blame them. This momentum, this is the best game we've ever seen from Mo Esports so far in PMPL Africa for this season. Let that sink in. This is wild, an opportunity that we haven't seen before, and I like this. I was about to say, I would wish that they, instead of going straight on through, they would take a little bit more of a spread out approach, potentially entering into Bond towards the northeastern side, but the timing is going to be the essence here. Now that zone shift might deter them. You can see immediately they stop in their tracks, and now they start to hesitate. Now they start to maybe get a little bit of a thinking position here, because if they go straight ahead, it's RUKH Esports, and just behind them, they don't know, it's Black Hand. So it's going to be a tough sell here for any teams. Wave Esports also holding the eastern side right alongside Arab Golden, and towards the south, it's Blackjack and Vista. So every single team has a neighbor they need to deal with.
And I think this is where it gets very hard for Mo Esports. Given that they've never really survived for this long with this many numbers, they would be more confused as to what to do next. Because normally we're looking at them on that north and we know it's all just down to the timing. They just need to stay quiet, try to gather as much information as possible. You know, they already have eyes on this compound, which is a tricky one to push in, given that, you know, Black Hand is also out there for a little bit of third party. And right now they just need to play it a little bit slow, but you can tell that they do not really have that type of momentum as Bom Bom would fall into the grenade coming through from Rami.
Lots of utilities now still up and open here for RUKH. They have some fantastic DBSs in hand, so it looks like they are very happy to try and shut down this compound, not allowing Mo Esports to make a move on in. Paradox going to go for that res. That information is going to be there for RUKH Esports, but they're not going to use it just yet. They're waiting. Something else doesn't seem right. Where is hate is going to be the question on their minds. That door's blown up. Mo going to be grabbing and running with that res, which I like. Let's keep the numbers alive, but they're playing a very close angle. One nade, and yeah, we'll see if that's going to happen.
And that's a hard nade to throw. If he's going to throw that one nade Bronsberg, he's going to have to expose himself to the side of RUKH Esports. And I feel like the side of Mo Esports don't have to force this push
Ooh.
because it almost looks like they're forcing it as we see Bomb Bomb already back here into the compound. Blackhand is out there for the third party, and you can tell Blackhand is just waiting for whatever is going on here to actually get started. Grenades we go out. The DBS would find Bomb Bomb in the grass. Hates would be able to go for a return, but the side of Paradox would not be able to find the knock. More Esports already getting this one wrong. They will not be able to crawl back up the hill as the side of RUKH Esports now. I don't think they would allow that one happen.
Well, you'll see. Black Hand is actually going to jump on in as
Oh.
well. So Black Hand will not let that happen. For the time being, RUKH was going to let them, but unfortunately that's not going to be the situation. Hate's now the last member of Mo Esports being spotted out by not only RUKH but also Black Hand, who are finally making their move. All of this happening outside the zone as we sent it towards Bun. Nade being sent on out. A good shot with the UMP, and an even better grenade.
From Black Hand. And that is third party coming through from Black Hand, but did they read the kill feed? Do they know about what is happening? RUKH Esports are down by 2. Plaza does look to be watching a whole lot in that compound. He knows where that knock is, but he's waiting for that revive to be attempted. But RUKH Esports would grab one up onto Burnsberg. Eugene trying to see if he can just stay quiet to hold things up. And the third party is really imminent coming through from the side of Wave. We do know they're very good at stealing.
They definitely are. They have brought in some cheeky winner chicken dinners, so definitely a threat for anyone still within this map. Now, RUKH, they've had a little bit of chaos to deal with. Calm before the storm, as they need to make that rotation into zone. Black Hand will actually be backing off, so if they take this rotation on into the northern side, there is an opportunity there. But they still don't have information on the surrounding teams. Meanwhile, Black Hand, they know exactly what this terrain is looking like and what the rest of the teams are planning.
You know what they say? We're going back to the beginning. That is exactly what we've got going on here. This is where the game starts off in Sanhok. This is the spawn island of Sanhok that we're having this game end up in. And it does look like Wave Esports want to go home a little too early. Gaddafi down to slither of HP, but he would find the knock. The rest of RUKH Esports on the top of the hill. Petrox's angle is beautiful, but he will get spotted by the side there of Black Hand as they're able to get those 2 knocks, isolated every single advantage that the side there of Wave Esports have got.
Love to see this, just that back and forth, just the opportunity. And I guess Black Hand doesn't want to make the same mistakes as Tyson. If they get to spot out Wave, they want them out. They want them to leave because they do not want anyone stealing that winner chicken dinner. If we can see a double winner chicken dinner here for Black Hand, I mean, talk about momentum, talk about just the opportunity they could bring into the rest of the week. But of course, Vista and Wave still stand in their way. 2-piece each. Snaking it up in the grasses, looking for those positions, looking for that information now as Black Hand needs to descend down that hilltop.
Ooh! The cover fire there from Redox would be enough. And I was just about to say, I'm impressed to seeing how well Vista Gaming is able to play today. 10 eliminations and they're able to make it up to 3rd position. That is something I love to see. But the numbers advantage not on the side here of Wave Esports. Gaddafi would fall to Storm. 1 knock, the last player left, and he's down there. Not in the blue zone. Black Hand, they know. 8 eliminations to their name, and they want to make it 10. As 1 knock is waiting behind the rock, waiting, looking, hoping that someone would misbehave. And I don't think Storm is that one to misbehave as the revive looking to get processed on Plaza's end on that western side.
Unfortunately, they don't have the luxury of waiting, right? That blue zone is going to be moving on in. Storm, the rest of Black Hand, they have a better position. All they need to do is just wait and use their numbers advantage. But the step out is going to be here for both teams. 1 knock now trying to isolate Storm before the cavalry moves on in, before the rest of Black Hand move in for the backup.
He brought out the pan and I'm like, does he really want to do it? That is the question in mind. All numbers are back up. The push is going to come through from 1 knock. Damage is being done. Storm swinging it from the sideboard. He would fall. 1 knock looking for that instant thirst. And I'm pretty sure they want to deny him. But it's only a matter of time. DBS will touch Plaza. 1 knock comes to him for the thirst because that is all he wants. As he does get taken out. Black Hand with another winner chicken dinner. They seem to have found their mojo.
This is what we love to see. 2 winner chicken dinners in the first 3 matches of today. And Black Hand have looked no more better than we have ever seen them so far. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe that we're talking about Black Hand and we're talking about Mo Esports. what is this week? It's like we haven't just had 2 weeks of PMPL already, 2 weeks worth of statistics to work with, and now we're going to be throwing them out the window. But it is fantastic, don't get me wrong, to see Mo Esports capitalizing, to see them getting not only one, not only two, which the most I think we've seen is 3, but to go all the way up to 9, even try and make it into the double-digit realm. It's wild. It's so good.
Brings a tear to my eye. So good. We've waited. We waited for just too long. We waited for just too long to see Mo Esports pull up this type of performance, but I do not want to hype it too much because last time we did this, they actually did go into the next game and did not do too well. So we're working with statistics here, and actually Black Hand 2/2. Sheesh, don't play.
No, they don't. They definitely came here to make a statement and to hopefully be a little bit more dominating and continue this dominating force. This is the main point. I'm very excited when teams do one good match. You know, when they show up with a fantastic performance, that's great. But it can't stop there. We need that continuance. We need the teams to continue with some sort of consistency. Otherwise, we're not going to see that result on the overall standings. That one fantastic match is at the end of this week going to mean much if you don't continue adding points to your tally. So for Black Hand now to at least see that second winner chicken dinner, that already showcases a much healthier approach from them into this week.
And I think one other team that is showing a healthy approach is VISTA Gaming. So far, so good. They played 2 games, and they do look to be putting up the number. 3rd place twice now, and they're doing it with elimination. So I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing from them. But let's see the highlights, see how they did it.
Welcome back to what I want to say is PUBG Mobile Africa for the Spring 2023 season, but so far I don't know what we're watching anymore. We've seen new teams stepping up to the plate that have been so quiet for 2 weeks, and now all of a sudden they're back and in the action. Black Hand, Mo Esports, we've just spoken about it, and we've just seen it again right up ahead of us. But even towards the end there, I mean, what a fight from VISTA, from all of the teams towards that top 3. It was a gorgeous, gorgeous finish.
And it was so close. I actually felt like Wavy Sports would probably snatch that winner chicken dinner coming through from the side of Black Hand, but they weren't quite able to. But they came close. I mean, it was what was it? Wave Trucks. But he was very close to actually going for that wipe. He did get 1 elimination for his team, getting them 10 eliminations up on board. But let's see those map rankings to see just how many numbers these guys put up on board.
Sheesh! We've got an equal 10 placement points and 10 elimination points coming through from Black Hand with that beautiful 20 that they're going to be adding to the overall tally. Wave Esports so close to once again stealing the winner chicken dinner, but this time they weren't up against Titans, they were up against Black Hand. So they managed with only 16. VISTA Gaming in 3rd place with 15, and this is my favorite parts of today. I get to say Mo Esports in 4th with 12 points. Double digits, baby.
Double digits, baby. They did it. And I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. I feel like this is a W for Mo Esports, and I really hope they can work on that momentum. Blackjack Esports finding themselves on that first page once again with Triple Esports. I feel like Triple Esports is doing that thing they did in the first week, right? Where they start off the day looking slow, and then they end it with a bang to make sure that they're actually sitting up there on the top of the rankings.
It's wild. It's wild to be looking at this page, but we still have to take a look at the second page to see who made their trip down to the donut shop. As we know, these performances have been heating up. Whoo! It's weird, right? Arab Golden taking out Titans means the Titans took a trip down to Donut Shop Land. Smash Team and Virtual Gaming did join them as well. So in terms of just the overall eliminations on this side, it's still a lot healthier though, because we're seeing, you know, those 3s and 2s at least filtering down still to this point, and it's only 3 customers to the Donut Shop. Not that bad. Could be worse.
Back-to-back trips to the donut shop for Titan Gaming, and here's the part where I say Titan, they need to start fixing up on the Sanhok games, because unlike what we've seen before, heading into the finals, we're going to be having pretty much even numbers or an even spread of Sanhoks, which means you cannot be sleeping on your Sanhok games, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing Titans start to put up number on this map of Sanhok.
What's fantastic to see, and just what you've built on now and what you've mentioned now, the idea that we're saying Titans need to be better on Sanhok is not. There wasn't a topic in the previous seasons of PMPL. That was not even an idea that I would have put out. Just like I wouldn't have said that, oh no, well, we will definitely see Titans taking only 0 points away from 2 matches in a row. It's wild, but that's just the challenge that these teams are now having to deal with. All of a sudden, there are new competitors, there are new challenges that are definitely putting you to the test and taking you to your limits. And that's just the beauty of PUBG Mobile. And so far, that's been the beauty of this African League for Spring 2023. But that was Sanhok, our third match of the day, and we know we still have a few more. So as we prepare, we'll give you a short break to get popcorn as well while we get ready for Erangel.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Africa Season 2023 of Spring. And so far, Spring has been heating up quite a lot. Again, we have to give a massive shout out to our sponsors for making this possible, because we have been so entertained, and it wouldn't be possible without Monster, our official energy drink sponsor. Now, on the back of that crazy Sanhok, we can take a look at those overall rankings to try and get an idea of how far these teams have really been pushing the envelope, Grants.
I tell you, 3 games done and dusted, and I really want to see who is sitting down on top and how many points they're doing that by. I mean, we're already, exactly, no one is running away with it. It's good to see that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. To see that there isn't immediately some wild gap suddenly forming, it is fantastic. But I have to shout out to VISTA Gaming. I mean, what a hold that they're really keeping, and only with one winner chicken dinner. But again, consistency to get themselves into the top 3 placements, to get themselves with those fantastic eliminations. They're making the difference, and they're already setting the tone.
Yeah,
If consistency is gonna follow through, though.
yeah.
Question.
I feel like Vista Gaming today have really defined consistency, right? And I like that coming through from them. And this is something I expect to see from a team that is actually in Group A. We do know Group A is that team that has to sit out in the last match of the day. And seeing that Vista Gaming are making every single match that they're playing count is just good to see. RUKH Esports in 3rd, and look who's in 4th.
I love. Now you get your turn to say it.
I'm excited. More esports. I love what I'm seeing out here. Double digits, baby. Once again, Cryptics out there on the first page. Good to see. Wave Esports also keeping their consistency out there in 7th position. It's something I enjoy seeing. But man, look at how closely those points are as we look at 4th towards the 8th position.
So finishing off our 8th position with 16 points. Moving on to the second page, we are only trailing behind by 2, and that's Triple Esports and Timeout Esports in 10th position. Also another wonderful addition to the page, and happy to see them on this side of things. TEAMLAG, obviously only with 3 pages, with 3 points rather, but they've making an approach. There's still 2 more maps today, and the rest of the week. I think there's an opportunity, but we can take a look at the last page. Again, the points on the side are going to look a little bit less fabulous, as we can see. Virtual Gaming is in the main donut shop right now.
Wow. Like, 2 games. I'll give them. They've got 2 more games to go. Virtual Gaming Squad will probably wake up somewhere along the line. Vampires not quite having the best of days, and I really want to see how Vampire are actually going to mitigate such weird set of games that they have today. I will check to see tomorrow to see how the map schedule will be tomorrow, but I feel like for today it's going to be a very tough one for Vampires, and it might just be like that for the whole week. So I'm really looking to see how well the Vampires would be able to adapt to this lobby.
We know that there's going to be those double helpings of Erangel and Miramar coming through in this week as well. So there is that opportunity if this back and forth isn't quite what they need to really prosper and to showcase their best possible points. Well, don't worry. This is why we change things up. But moving into the second last match of the day, it is of course the lovely sandy dunes of Miramar, and we are once again towards the northern side of the rotation. This time though, we're heading all the way to the south.
Yep, love to see that one. A little bit shifted all the way towards that eastern side. If we're not good, but I feel like given that the playing path is very close to water this time, we probably wouldn't see a first zone that has water in it. So love to see that one. I was keeping my eye out on Team Lag that was sitting out there in 16th position, and getting concerned right now because Team Lag is one of those teams that did not have the best of placements coming out of last week's games, and we were saying it like Team Lag, we actually want to see you play better this week. But right now, sitting in 16th position with only 3 points to speak of, that doesn't sound too good.
Hey, there is an opportunity here, and I'm going to pose it to the viewers who they think is going to be our winners for match 4, who still has the energy to bring forth that winner chicken dinner. And hey, if you want to get really crazy, you can let me know with how many eliminations you think the winner is going to grab. But ultimately, question on our minds now, Crowns, is that zone. We've already had a few teasing zones. We had that, western zone that I really thought was going to happen, and there it is. El Paso, Crater Field, La Cabrera. I mean, we don't get to give much love to this portion of Miramar.
Yeah, but right now this is a very painful zone, given that playing path, because how do they want to do it? How do they want to? I'm gonna keep my eye out on Titan for a quick second, or for the next couple of minutes to see what they're going to do with this type of zone. Would they still go to Valley de Mar, or would they decide to drive up all the way to Trailer Park? I'm looking forward to seeing how they're gonna do that. But I feel like this is going to be torture for all of these teams that find themselves way off on the east. I mean, there's Raad who is in Campo Militar. There's El Azaha being held by the Mind Weapon. Let's not even start talking about Impala and Lag Esports. And I feel like Lag Esports, this is not even what they need for this game.
Oh, that's right. Look, again, there is something to say for that outskirts, theory. If you want to talk about it, Triple Esports, they were loving the outskirts strategy over towards Erangel. That's really where they started mopping up their most eliminations. But I mean, with that outskirt, that later rotation, you also need to take a bit of a more aggressive approach. You need to be the one that's catching all of these teams off guard on their rotations to pick up some good eliminations. Ultimately, or otherwise, you'll just be running into an unfortunate set of events as teams will be set up and you'll just be knocking on their doors. But hey, there is quite a lot of teams that are going to have to make rotations. Some will opt for rotations sooner rather than later, grabbing those vehicles and getting into the west as soon as possible, which I personally would feel more safe with, especially just the vastness that you have to deal with Miramar. How would you feel, Grounds? Would you take the initial rotation or just opt in for your normal drop sites?
I think early rotations would do you no harm going into this game. Like, you want to at least be somewhere in the circle, have a little bit of information heading into that circle, and you know that if you're going for that, rotation early enough, the odds that a team is going to be there to, a team is going to be fully littered up to take you out is kind of low. So maybe you could just go straight into that circle, try to do a little bit of trash looting, or try to go into some of those, cities that are way off on that western side, because I think that is pretty much the play you want to go for. Rad already taking that initiative, starting that rotation very early. Smash Team, the same thing can be said about them as they're making their way into the circle. Greedy, I've made it all the way to that southern side of Monte Nuevo, and I'm liking the fact that I can see a couple of these teams already heading close to, or heading into positions in the circle.
Yeah, and taking hold of some of the bigger estates and the bigger compounds within the zone is really going to give them that opportunity not only for loot, so they can get themselves set up for when those teams eventually do join them, but also just, I mean, the sheer amounts of cover that you could potentially hold and take the monopoly of, which it could be very good for a lot of these teams. As we know, they are going to expect some many rotations, but already there is a good portion of the teams. I would say only really the teams currently sticking to their drop sites. It is Wave and URUS over towards Los Leones. CRYPTICS are just on the outskirts, so they don't have much of a rotation lag still in Impala, but I'm seeing them get into their vehicles, so hopefully we'll be seeing them joining the rest. And the Mind Weapon's still up in Al Azhar, so they have a bit of a wider rotation as well.
Yeah, and I feel like the Mind Maple might be looking towards that northern rotation. Hopefully, it does work out well for them. And speaking of the north, it's interesting to see the side of Mo Esports decide to go over to the Oasis. Last I heard, that site doesn't have too much loot, but it will be interesting to see how they will play the rest of this game. Only reason why I'm happy right now is to see that they're not split out in very weird manners like we normally would see them. This is probably the most condensed we've seen them, in the early phases of a game.
Which I like to see, and I think it's also a good portion to consider that they know there's a risk in the rotation. They know that any rotation they're going to be taking from this point onwards is going to come with that danger that a team is going to be sitting and waiting for you on the outskirts to gatekeep you, because the flight path to the zone, it just makes sense that there is going to be a great portion of teams that took the early initiative and now they are just waiting. It's like the bridge camping on Erangel all over again if you're taking the rotation into military base. So I like that the teams are staying condensed.
Ooh.
I like that we're getting as many vehicles into the mix as possible. Reno just showing off some vehicle skills
I
again.
know, right? Talk about a drift. Look at that. Man's actually thinks we're out here playing asphalt. No, we're not. It's PUBG Mobile, bruv. But anyway, love splits coming in through. I like the fact Rad able to make it all the way to Opposo. And this is what I was saying about that early rotation, because they know Opposo is their main drop. So seeing that this is the type of zone with that playing path, they know if we make it in early enough, we will be able to make it all the way to El Pozo. And indeed, they've been able to. They're sitting nice in the center of the circle, but as we all know, El Pozo being surrounded by a lot of rocks means a rock of high ground means you're probably going to be in a lot of trouble if there's a team up there.
Look, again, if it is your usual drop site, you have that information, you have that comfortability that comes with that drop site. So hopefully that will be enough to circumvent the gap that is going to be provided when the rest of the teams just get better angles on you and get better information on you. It's going to be a tough fight, but there is that opportunity, and those compounds do offer quite a few interesting angles that you can surprise some of the teammates on. So we'll have to wait and see how they deal with the challenge that's right up ahead of them and right around them, which are gaming also taking a northern approach. And from this northern approach, we know right up ahead of them it was Mo Esports. Not sure if they will be catching as well as the Mind Weapon. Just have to wait and see what sort of pathing they take. But you can see at least two of the Mind Weapon just right up ahead of them.
And I think this is where it becomes funny because every single IGL in this lobby probably thinks is going to be very choked up on that east. But now that's the irony, right? It is so free on that eastern edge. There's no one there. Everyone's either in the
Everyone went
center,
north.
on the north, or in the south. So it's going to be a lot of trouble in the north where everyone least expected. And you can see that coming through, given where and how the side of Black Hand and the World of Battle are positioned on the map. You can tell that they're waiting to see if there's going to be any teams coming in from that eastern edge. But it does look like they'll just be waiting for Santa Claus.
Yeah, the only team that was brave enough to just like head west straight was Vista Gaming. They're the only team that took that pathing in, and now they've got the entirety of San Martin to themselves. So we'll see what they are going to make use of that. Virtual Gaming, also one of the wild teams that decided to go north, thinking that West was going to be the wild, wild West. And as you can see, great minds think alike, but it's not what they wanted at all. I agree with you. I mean, just the cluster of teams we have to the north more so than any other side is going to be tough. And now that rotation in Vista are going to be patting themselves on the back. Not only are they the only team that decided to go west, but they're also one of the first few teams that are going to have such good spacing in this next zone.
So much spacing, so much line of sight. Like the San Martin Hill holds a whole lot of advantages. You see a lot. Vampires on this
Wow.
Kilimanjaro, I don't know what I would call it. I want to say, wow. At the end of the day, if that zone moves away from this position, it becomes troublesome. That is one. Two, you might not be able to get as much elimination. How far can they see? You know, we know render distance is about 400 meters, and things are looking quite small from this point of view for Zoxy, who's not even as high as they are. And thirdly, there is that fall damage.
And I guess fourthly, they Smash that are coming on in, trying to take the mountain away from them. But Vampires should hopefully be able to hold it down. So me and DK were deciding we wanted to call this monster truck mount, or the monster mount. We can call it the monster mount. That works. But we only have Ilias that has a monster truck here.
He's doing it. Oh,
slowly.
Oh, Ninja, Christmas came early for that man. He's able to get that knock instantly up onto the side of Smash team. Would not be going for the revive. Ninja, why did you kill the show? We wanted to see if he was going to make it. And you could tell us how much effort Ilias was putting into that.
Mount Monster. It strikes again. But this is what we have to deal with. These teams, they're trying to fight for positions into the zone. It's still so clustered. I mean, just the fact is, Crowns, we haven't lost a single person. Yet.
And Ilias might not even be the person we're losing. Because, I mean, it does look like they will be grabbing that revive up onto Ilias. And I like this. We're heading into stage 2. Everyone is still hale and healthy. And I think this is probably because the first phases of this game has just been everyone trying to find a way into the circle. Everyone's just rotating. Everybody's driving. And I feel like right now in the backpack of all these players, there is more gas cans than there are, bullets.
Yeah, no, definitely. No one has had any time to even think about eliminations because they just first had to make the mad dash into the zone. Now that everyone's here and relatively safely, we still have to get Titans and Wave as well as Mo Esports in, but then we should be sorted. Although RUKH might be leaving Eugene behind. I don't know, he fell out of a car. What happened there? But Blackhand holding over here, waiting for some rotations of their own, as RUKH has just pulled in right alongside them. And hopefully for RUKH, they'll be able to get Eugene back up.
Every time. Blackhand and RUKH. Almost every single map. And like I said, I'm not gonna get tired of seeing it. It's always so nice to see both teams quite capable of taking each other out. I lost count given how much they meet because I was trying to keep like count of okay, who wins who or who's won who was wiped who the most. And I don't know if anyone in the chat is keeping count of that, but man, this is always a fight that is so good to see.
No, it's definitely quite a bit of a funny nemesis story that's building between these two. I don't know if it will continue as Lag. It might be looking for that third-party opportunity. For now, they're just sussing things out. RUKH, though, that 2-2 split. Plaza and Storm right up ahead, trying to get information, trying to see if they can push up. Because this is an opportunity for them to gatekeep the entirety of RUKH from getting into the zone, to lock them out, to take them down, and to add 4 points into their tally.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to pull off this one because this is a gatekeep that is happening not even in the circle. Storm has got the high ground advantage, but his HP getting sucked down faster than he can tell. He didn't even peak for 2 seconds, and that just goes to show how ready the side there of RUKH Esports were for that peak coming through from Storm.
Yeah, his helmet was absolutely decimated, honestly. So now a little bit of a recovery has to come on through, and this is what the opportunity lies in wait for RUKH. They take that 2-2 split, they try and flank around, they try and get more cover, they try and get a step closer to the zone, because as soon as they do, as soon as they wrap around, Blackhand's advantage falls away, and then well, the tables are literally going to be turned on them.
But self-made!
No! Why?
Did they see it? Did they see it, though? I don't think they did. This
Noted.
kind of would pick up the elimination. He's like, thank you so much. But anyway, it does look like Eugene is still trying to make a way into the circle, grenade in hand, cooking it towards Plaza. And like I said, I feel like a gatekeep would only be a gatekeep if both teams are in the, playable zone and not in the blue zone. Black Hand will be making their rotation into the circle. RUKH would probably be capitalizing on that one. And I like the amount of smoke screen the side of Rookie Sports were able to set. The flank angle would find RUKH,
Ooh.
and down he will go as Rookie Sports are able to turn the tides onto this rotation.
It's just a bit of a back and forth, right? There's nothing. What?
Huh?
Titans? What? Again?
What?
3 maps in a row? No, I can't. Okay, but anyway, we've got other things to worry about. GREEDYFORKILLS and RUKH right on our screens. Thankfully, giving me something to talk about as I just deal with the speechlessness in my mind. But RUKH, they are down 1 and they're looking to take out GREEDYFORKILLS as well. GREEDYFORKILLS of all teams going down on Miramar. There's an immediate thirst. Another knocked. GREEDYFORKILLS now on the recovery.
Last week's meta is not this week's meta, and that is what we're seeing out here. We've seen different things come through every week. Our analysis just goes straight into the dumpster whenever we see this group switch up. Side of RUKH looking for that advantage onto the side of Greedy able to get themselves at least 1 revive, able to hold up but not too much HP inside. Skazi is gonna go down to that quick pick coming through from Fivo. The grenade, it's a good one, but it's a little too far, would not do the damage as the side of Greedy looking for this engagement. They're looking for that flank. Reno on the left would get spotted by again, grenade going out as Fivo would fall. Greedy down to just 1 more player in Reno. The UMP catches him with the grenade in hand as he would also fall. And Nosa, the last player left, he is down the hill, nowhere close to his teammates, but he wants to come up for the revenge. Takes a little bit of grenade to the face as Azem is looking for that angle. Go for looking for that run over, but will not get it. Nosa good for 1, looking for 2, but will not find it. And down they go. Greedy out.
Very, very clean finish there from RUKH to close it out, to pick up those eliminations, and to try and shut down this western side of the zone is really going to give them that spacing to work with. Now, in the meanwhile, they do understand the virtual gaming is just up ahead of them. That opportunity is there, but the rotation is going to be tough. They are still on the outskirts of the zone, and that descent that they need to make into zone is going to be a tough one. Meanwhile, as we take a look on towards the northern side of things, it's got Mo Esports and Smash involved. Vampires, the Mind Weapon, holding on the other end of these outskirts, on the edge lines, keeping these two in a valley of doom.
Valley of Doom indeed. I was about to say how many players left on Mo Esports. They've got 3 left. But anyway, Smash team are taking a lot of shots from the third parties, the Mind Weapon. And I really don't see a way that both teams would leave this angle, given that the Mind Weapon have a very, very good advantage and very, very clean line of sight onto the side there of both Mo Esports and Smash team. It's almost a die-die situation here. But anyway, that being said, it does look like Ilyas looking to kind of hold his own up against Vortex here down the hill.
Vortex just trying to dodge and weave here between all of the shots. Again, this is the Valley of Doom. So as soon as you expose yourself, you give an opportunity to either the Mind Weapon or Vampires to take you out. And Mo Esports, they understand that. But unfortunately, the numbers that they have to deal with is going to make this even more difficult to try and close out that confirmation on towards Ilyas. They do not want to expose themselves any more than they already have. A little bit of a vehicle rotation is going to go out. Looks like Vortex will potentially be left. Yep, Vortex will be left alone to their own devices. Will they try and deal with Ilyas? And they will get that confirmation.
And I'm liking the confidence I'm seeing here from the side of Mo Esports. Normally, we wouldn't see Mo Esports go for such courageous pushes, right? And now seeing them do this one, it's nice to see. I like the fact that they're able to send 2 players into the circle. And then they're like, you know what? These guys, Vortex, if you go out here, it's fine. You've done the work. That is good. That is good. That is good.
Yeah, and it worked out. I mean, the opportunity there is that they got that elimination point. They got 2 of their players out to try and now scout new areas, new beginnings for them, and get out of that Valley of Doom. And hopefully try and help them alleviate some of that pressure. But again, CRYPTICS and, of course, the World of Battle. Here over towards the south, the only 2 teams really holding this position. So it is going to be a war of attrition. Both teams want to take full control of this position as they get ready for that next zone shift.
Yep, CRYPTICS do have a little bit of a disadvantage when we look at the terrain. Grenades in the hand of Mohammed definitely knows where that player is low on HP, as CRYPTICS would lose one player. Marshall down on the grass. He has to hit the deck. He actually has to heal up, but El Chapo in a very, very tricky situation will fall. Mohammed on the switch. He's able to find yet another one, and CRYPTICS go out. You cannot define clean any better than this. The world of battle.
Okay, look, can we just agree to try and break down all of this wildness when we get to the match rankings? Because if I try and speak about this now, I might lose my brain. So, agreement done. We talk about the rest of the teams now. Back to the action. RUKH here towards the south of the zone, staring into the barrels of URUS, actually right up ahead of them, and just towards the western side, they can even take a shot at Virtual Gaming. But of course, the World of Battle now moving in from the south are doing a little bit of double duty. I mean, they're dealing with 3 teams, doing a complete 360 view of the vicinity that they need to deal with.
Yep, and it's not just any close range fight, it's like fights from all across the place. Everyone has got angles on every single person. So at this point, I'm looking forward to seeing how RUKH is going to bite this off, because honestly, maybe it's going to be more than they can chew. They've got, all 4 players still, all 4 players still alive out there on the south. And right now, I feel like they might need to just place their focus on one, enemy at a time.
This is going to be a good one. Now, as we take a look at this, from the eastern side, we've got VISTA and, of course, Black Hand making their approach, but Black Hand very split up. An opportunity then, again, for any surrounding teams to take a head-on in, potentially towards the like of Storm, and potentially take them out. To be a bit of a cheeky-peeky as it is. Oh, as I say that, there is an immediate backfire, but if Black Hand can close up that gap, if they can just try and regroup, there is an opportunity for them to just get that res on back.
I was about to say that the side of VISTA Gaming are looking so strong on the east. We did say they were the only team that actually took that initiative to go towards that eastern side of the circle straight on in, and they've had so much space to work with. And this is almost looking like a repeat of the first game. You're giving VISTA Gaming so much space to work with on this map of Miramar. They would take it, and they would use it.
No, it's exactly that. And again, any team that is giving that dominating experience, giving that dominating presence is going to be awarded for it. Because, I mean, we've got Titans out, we've got CRYPTICS out. Those are usually the 2 teams that are just raining down chaos and taking all the eliminations for themselves. Now, all of a sudden, it is up to a brand new set of teams. RUKH currently leading with 8 eliminations. Now finding an opportunity, but the World of Battle, they are giving them the haircuts they were not looking for. And all of a sudden, RUKH, they need to scramble. They need to change up the plan here. They cannot go down at this point. They have done so much work. They don't want it to end.
I'm looking towards the side of the World of Battle, and I feel like they know also that this eastern part is so free, hence why they're not going for that full send onto the side of RUKH. And that is actually nice. I feel like even if they get a knock, they most likely wouldn't fully commit to that fight, because obviously they know that this eastern side is very free and they can work with all of this space that they have. The side of Vista will continue to capitalize on that east, as we do see Vampires now having to slowly but surely, or they might have to actually go down that hill, depending on where the zone goes.
Again, with those rotations, descending down that mountain, if there's a team that has a perfect position, and that might be Mo Esports with that cheeky 2 split that they made. They're going to get the zone. They have an opportunity to take out Vampires as they make their descent. This is a very, very good opportunity for Mo Esports as well as URUS to take a winner-winner chicken dinner, or potentially take it towards a top 3 finish.
Yep, definitely looking forward to seeing that one. This is Mo Esports' last game, which means they need to make this count. Need to put up a little bit more numbers up on board. And with Vampires looking to be, shooting practice, would see if they're able to, capitalize on that situation that they find themselves. Black Hand still looking to go toe-to-toe with the side there of Vista. I like the fact that Vista is getting couple of knocks, looking to get closer and closer. BSK is able to get yet another knock up onto RUKH, and we already see him going in for that full send. He's got support from behind. There's no nades being prepped by the side there of Black Hand, but there is one in the hands of BSK, and we do know with the type of momentum that Vista is bringing into this game, like they're onto something.
Yeah, no, they definitely are looking to take out the competitors. Black Hand would be a good opportunity to get rid of, because if they can take Black Hand out, they have very good spacing here towards the west already. That first initial knock on towards RUKH is going to mean an opportunity for them to push on further is there, but it's just around the corner. And of course, they need to worry about overextending and any third-party potentials.
BSK is on to something else. He will get taken out by the third party though, but talk about the vision. coming through from BSK there. And this is actually nice. We were looking at the side of Black Hand, saying that they were looking like they were on a little bit of a split, but it does look like that is a little too thin as they left to just one more player in Storm.
It's an unfortunate third-party situation, but Black Hand at least do have one that can still rotate on out if they can get themselves out of that open spacing and into some cover. Meanwhile, Ra'ad have smelt URUS, and they are looking all of that away from them. Weiss goes down almost immediately. The World of Battle have moved on into this as well.
It is chaotic right now as URUS now find himself with just one more player. It is Ramsey to hold down the forward. Grenade going downstairs will not quite connect. Actually, it will as the World of Battle will find their way in. URUS with the 249 will not be able to hold up as Kofo would fall to the side of the World of Battle. This is chaos redefined. This is no longer Miramar. This is the madness that we've been wanting to see here in PUBG Mobile.
Oh, this is brilliant. The World of Battle up now with 7. What a timing. What a cheeky play to take that. I mean, as a team is rolling on in, you stop them in their tracks. You take 2 of their members down, and now you look to take the rest. Ra'ad resulted down now to only 2. Hazem already up with 6 eliminations, has been leading the pack, and Ra'ad as a total have 12 eliminations. How can this story come to an end here?
I feel like this was peak game awareness coming through from the side of the World of Battle. They read that kill, the elimination feed. The instance they saw the knock and they saw that Team Ra'ad were actually going for that full send. They're like, oh, they're trying to capitalize on that. We can actually take the third party. But one other thing they can take would be all the players there from Ra'ad as the first knock would come through. Molotovs to the top to give him the burn. And you can tell that the side of the World of Battle, they want the fight. Crack shots coming through from again. Would not be able as he is burning. Does go outside and he will fall.
Beautiful, beautiful encircling here from the World of Battle. And this is the second engagement that I would say is so clinical from them. It's not as clean. They did unfortunately lose one member, but they have not only secured themselves eliminations, but they've secured themselves one of the only compounds within the zone. The World of Battle. All of a sudden, we start to think about the potential here for winner-winner chicken dinners. Meanwhile, though, we still have 6 teams left. We take out 1, we've got 5 we need to consider here. Potential trouble for the World of Battle. Vampires, Mo Esports, Virtual Gaming still up with 3. But positioning not quite in their favor just yet. Vampires, they're very much in the open here.
I have to say I'm impressed as to how long the side there of vampires are able to survive. I actually felt like they would get taken down on their descent, from the top of that hill. But it does look like they're holding up quite nicely, which is something I'm enjoying from their side. 5 eliminations already up, and that is good to see. We saw. Wait, is he gonna do it? Do it.
Please.
Do it with a sniper. Come on, make us lose our minds.
We need some good snipes.
I mean, we did see one coming through from Titan Gaming in that Miramar in the last phase, so I'm looking forward to seeing that one in this game.
We always need more snipes, one is not enough. We need a couple. But Vampires, again, still slowly but surely, they're inching their way forward. They're going to be hearing all of this commotion right up ahead of them with Virtual Gaming, who we're going to say goodbye to, as well as Black Hand, almost immediately, but they were relegated down to only 1. So, top 4 teams left now. We know from Mo Esports, as in terms of the groups, this is the last match they have for their group, so they need to make this one count. Already up with 4 eliminations. The World of Battle, they have just cracked the double digits with 10 elims.
Man, they are onto something, and I really want to see that one. The World of Battle has been a team that from the first week, they did not play too well. But then in phase 2, we started to see them climb up the board. We gave them that challenge. We want to see the World of Battle put in the work, and that is what they've been doing. Right now, they're looking so strong. They have the only real estates in the zone. And I feel like right now, having this position, the only team that stands against the side of the World of Battle is VISTA.
Yeah, definitely the case. I mean, VISTA have been on a completely different just pathing that they've been taking today. They've been very good. They've been very successful, but they are relegated down to only 2. The zone has to now come on through. It's going to center on up. It's not really a zone place for anyone other than the World of Battle with their current position. And now all of these stragglers out in the open on the other side of the road have to cross. And you know what happens when you try and cross the road? You get shot at.
Yeah, you're just going to be, why did the chicken cross the road? And you leave yourself to the answers. But speaking of crossing, the side there of VISTA, they have such high ground and they have so much view on almost everybody in the circle. I think they can't see Vortex, but they are the ones helping the side there of Mo Esports suppress that push coming through from the side there of Vampires.
It's hilarious that we've got the entirety of the lobby on this side, and then we've got the World of Battle on the south. Everyone else here will just be dealing with each other. Mozaro just looking for those pixels through the bottom of the cars. If they can find that connection, we might be saying goodbye to the vampire slowly but surely. That health is starting to run out. And if it's not Vista, it is Mo Esports, who are also in this position, also currently flanking and sandwiching vampires into this position.
Vista have such great advantage right now, and I like the fact that they're playing this in such a way that they're trying to get rid of every other person first before they start to look towards the compound. But the full send to come through, stop would be able to get the knock, but the cover fire from Vortex would be good to stop them in their tracks. It's still in the floor. Yazan is aware of that one, but talk about help coming through from the side there of Vistas. They've been able to continue to put up that help constantly for the side of Mo.
Yeah, but for how much longer? You know, they're your neighbors, but in PUBG Mobile, they're not going to be your neighbors for long. They're going to soon turn into your enemies. And Vista are just looking for eliminations. Vampires had to make that 50-50 choice. Do they stay and get taken out by Vista, or do they go and try and get some elims in the form of Mo Esports? Unfortunately, didn't really work out for them. Paradox now down and out. Vortex not in a position to try and cross the road to get that res and their position known.
I feel like this game, Vista Gaming knows there is a chance they're not going to win. And you can see how they're completely ignoring the world of battle out there on the south. They're like, you know what?
Right now.
Yeah, they're like, we're not going to deal with that. It's almost like they know. And this is one thing we enjoy from these players, the amount of awareness that they show. You know, I feel like when the numbers start to trickle down, they start to do the analysis. Okay, there's only 3 people left, or there's only, 6 people left. We're a 2-man squad. There's probably a full squad on here. There's only one solo here. Let us push the solo first, then we can face off against the squad. And that is exactly what Vista Gaming are doing. But it looks like the world of battle are not having it. Azem sends it to the top of the hill, gets the run over in the blue zone, gets the second, and this man is onto something. The world of battle, 14 elims. Vortex, the last player left. Azem has a little glimpse of an idea, but the information will come through. Vortex stands and Vortex falls. The world of battle. They have done it in style.
What is that line? To find that perfect line to get the double knocks with the vehicle, then just an easy closure. I mean, Vortex, look left, look right. What are you supposed to do in that scenario? You're going up against the entirety of the world of battle, and all of a sudden, this map just came crashing down. Vista took too long. You know, they were trying to avoid their problems, and then this came to them.
I tell you, that was exactly what happened. Talk about winning in style. And I feel like this was a very well-deserved chicken for the side of the world of battle. Every single fight they took was clean. Up against the side there of CRYPTICS, clean. You know, they went up against the side there of RUKH also, clean. And that was just beautiful. And then the run over, I wish this was actually done on VIKHVND, because that is some style points right there.
I mean, that would have won viewer's choice easily, I imagine. I mean, that was just such a clinical finish. And that seems to be, once again, the word we're using for the world of battle. Clinical, clean. They are just, they're taking their execution to a whole different level. I mean, the fact that they easily, quote-unquote, took out CRYPTICS, moved on up, took out every other team, moved on into RUKH's territory as they were trying to do a bit of a surprise jump on another team. I mean, it's a very cheeky but confident play that's coming through from the world of battle, and I'm all here for it. I mean, the fact that they're just rolling over teams by the looks of things is going to shine a really good success for them into the later week.
Yeah, and I think the world of battle probably were able to, and it all boils down to the awareness, right? The instance they took out CRYPTICS, knowing that Titan Gaming already went out early on in the game, I feel like they just knew that anything that has to do to the south, we're currently the kings. Because, you know, these are the 2 teams that we would normally see on the south. We would normally see the likes there of Titan and CRYPTICS out there on the side. But this time, on the south actually, but this time the world of battle capitalizing on that one. That was nice. Let's take a look at the highlights coming through from Miramar.
You can watch that finish as many times as you want. I still can't believe how clean that was. I mean, Yeah, look, this match made me lose my mind on more than one occasion. I mean, we still haven't talked about the fact that Titans have gone out first 3 maps in a row with 0 points.
This is not the Titans that we want to know. We only saw them go a little bit crazy-ish on the Miramar game, but after that, it's not been the Titans that we know. But man, the one team that we seem to know here is
Woo!
Esports, because I mean, double digits once again. The World of Battle with 25. Talk about the statement.
Yeah, I mean, just the gap between first and second, right? I mean, we went from the
Mhm.
first map where it was only 2 point difference. Now we're looking at a 25 to 13 point difference. That is a phenomenal playing coming through from the World of Battle. And again, Raad, the reason they're in second place is because of purely eliminations. 12 to their name. 2 teams taking double digits. It's been a while, but we are back to this incredible elimination top heavy map. Vista Gaming following suit with 7, and of course, shout out to the Vampires for managing with 6. Again, I don't know how they managed to get themselves down from that wild elevation, but you can
Mhm.
see the points moving down from 25 to 3 in our top 8.
Yeah, that just goes to show how much work was done by those top teams. CRYPTICS out there with only 3, 4 teams in the donut shop. Greedy not quite able to put much points on board. And I have to talk about the decline that we're seeing coming through from Smash Team and Team URUS.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought that we would have seen that lockdown, especially with the first Miramar that we saw from URUS. I mean, that first initial game where they were looking like their week one selves. They were locking things down. They were getting a good amount of eliminations, and then things just went a bit south, and we haven't really seen that glimmer of hope. Again, Titans in the bottom of the lobby. 3 maps in a row. What is going on? Again, if we take a look at the grand overall standings, if you keep an eye out on Instagram, you can potentially take a look at that. We don't post those here just yet. They don't really need points right now to secure themselves a spot in the grand finals. We know that. But we're still playing week by week. We know that, the week games are also going to help you get bonus points for that final. So it's a weird question for me. I don't know if it's intentional or the rest of the teams are just stepping it up into a whole different level. But while I try and process and Crowns just looks at me bewildered, we're going to take a quick break and get ready for our last match of the day.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League for Africa Spring 2023. Things have heated up very quickly, extremely quickly. Honestly, I'm feeling a little bit of the heat. I need to get a fan for myself, but these teams have really brought the action. I mean, this is what we wanted to see coming through from the previous weeks into this week. We know this week is the last opportunity. This is the last day number 1 of week, whatever we are going to be talking about. So, Crowns, of course, they have to push things. Of course, they need to push it to the limit.
Yeah, push yourself to the limit. And we did say there's a couple of teams that need to be tripling their effort. Right now, Mo Esports has been showing like they probably want to get into that top 16. And I really want to see how they're going to play going to the end of this week, because hopefully it's not day one thing.
Yep, we'll have to wait and see. Again, consistency is key. As we said, even if you have a phenomenal map, like GREEDYFORKILLS, 22 eliminations on Miramar, you come back, another team steps it on up, and you go home with only 3 points in total because everyone is just so good and is just picking up the pacing. So a lot of teams are going to have some tough times, and this is why we kept saying you can't leave it till the last week to try and make up points, because that is just where everyone is going to turn it up to 10. And of course, we have one more match to take a look at. It will be Erangel to finish off the day, so the teams get to go back to the bread and butter. After our first Erangel, Crowns, any recommendations, any expectations moving into this one?
Into this Erangel game, I feel like I'm all triple esports going into this Erangel game, because we're seeing that pattern that we saw from triple esports in the first week. Right, in the first week, we saw triple esports play it very slowly, and then going into that final game of the day, they were able to put up a banger of a performance. So I'm keeping my eye out on triple esports for this last game.
Okay, Triple Esports. We'll have to hold on to that one, and hopefully we see a little bit more from the likes of Titans and CRYPTICS as well, because they've been very quiet, and it's been weird for me to
Titans
see.
is sitting out.
Oh, yeah, Titans would have finished their last match. Okay, there it is. Titans will have to wait till tomorrow, I guess, and we'll just have to see what the rest of the teams can bring for us into this wrangle. So far, it has been spicy, it has been aggressive. We had a wild zone in that first wrangle, and we have to see if that's going to be the exact same thing. We've also been giving a lot of love to the northern side of maps. We've been getting those flight paths all the way from the north to the south, or what have you. So hopefully, it's a little bit of a DK switch up. Maybe we come through from the south. Let's see.
Coming through coming through from the south would be the play path, as it takes us all the way from the military base, going us on that, giving us on that flank, taking us all the way to the waters and the lakes of Jojo. Anyway, this is a not so nice playing path, given that we have a couple of teams that would like to go towards that Lipovka area, school, Yasnaya, Poliana, even Severny. These are places that are not really really easy to access, given this type of playing path. But man, with this playing path, Triple Esports, you do have a easy landing.
It's looking good. I am waiting to see what that zone is going to bring, because even though we have a southern flight path, it doesn't necessarily mean that the zone is going to be matching it. We saw exactly what happened on Miramar when we had the flight path all the way towards the east, and that zone went all the way to the west. So Erangel has an opportunity to bring just as much chaos, but we are going to be seeing a few teams take advantage of the southern portion of the zone, and they're going to be jumping into military base island immediately. That will be, of course, Vampires, potential for wave as well, as we know they like Novo, and GREEDYFORKILLS likely to go towards Melter Power. Hello to the west.
Oh, this is so unfair. I feel for this is actually so unfair, because this is if I'm reading this right, this is one of those zones where it's a rocky finish. I'm looking at that northern side of Quarry area towards the shorelines, and those places it's so much high grounds and dips. Not too fun.
It's fun though for us, not for them.
Exactly, at least
for us. If a team can get a boat station coming on in to go overwards to the western side and actually move on in from the water to the coastline, if it does go all the way to that side of the main island, then they have an opportunity to take a little bit of control of some of those hilltops there, because as you mentioned, into that coastline there are some just random hills that give you a lot of spacing and a lot of like angles into the teams on that road of the west. But it comes with its own risks, because it also exposes you to a lot of crossfires. But hey, we'll wait and see. For now, the teams all the way to the outskirts and towards the east, rather, going to their usual drop sites. Wave still sticking to military base island as well as Vampires for the time being, but we are seeing those vehicles being collected.
I don't know how VGS did this split, but they have a couple of their players out there in Muta and the rest out on their Sarawi out there on the military island. It's very confusing, but it does look to be getting into a vehicle. Maybe it was a mistimed jump or something. Happens to the best of us, you know. Sometimes, you know, we make some of those mistakes.
Look, if you make a mistake at this point, right? If you hesitate for a second at this point, your competitors are gonna eat you up, man. They have been bringing the heat. You can cook your fried egg on it because all of these teams are just ready and raring to be at the top. And I mean, you've been quiet. I've been losing my mind about Cryptics and Titans. What do you think is going on with them?
Cryptics, I feel like I'm gonna give them time because I know, like, seeing the type of momentum they brought into the first game of the day, that first Miramar, I think they've got something up their sleeves. Plus, it's day one heading into the final week, so I'm not really concerned about Cryptics. Titans, as we were talking off camera, you know, they're already sitting on the top of the general ranking. They're kind of Gucci. Hence why I'm not really paying so much attention because I feel like I would start to shed more light on those teams that are up the top of the board or that were up the top of the board when we start going into the later phases of the circle, because that is when we would like to see. I feel like that is when they will be in that position to select who they want to be in that top 16.
But it poses the question: if Titans are doing this on purpose, if
Mhm,
Titans are willingly relaxing for today, what does that
mhm.
say about the performances of the rest of the teams that we've been highlighting? Does that mean that
Ah.
those teams only get to perform when Titans are relaxing? I don't
Mm.
think so. I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that the rest of the teams are just putting Titan into a corner and
Yeah,
taking them out and saying goodbye.
yeah, and
This
at the
is
end of
our
the
week.
day, I don't think Titans woke up this morning and they're like, you know what, today we just won the donut shop. I try to keep that gap between themselves and top one on the overall board.
Mm.
But right now it doesn't seem to be working out for them. So I want to see the mentality that Titan Gaming would bring into the games this week. Because one thing I know is you can't intentionally say you want to play not so well in one phase, especially when there's still bonus points to go around at the end of the phase.
Exactly, we spoke about this off camera. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not just playing for, some points in the overall standings, which, by the way, Titans are definitely very comfortable. I agree with you.
Mhm.
They're not really in any threat of having their final spot being taken from them. I mean, I think they're on 400 points now, and some of the
Mhm.
other teams are still on only 300 or 200, so they're fine there. But I really just like the idea that all of a sudden teams have heated things up into a whole new level.
Yep.
Again, the only way we won't ever really know the truth. Only Titans will. Maybe it's just a bad day of play. Who knows? Maybe these own wild zones have thrown
Mhm.
them off their game, or maybe the teams are just that much better. I like the last one, but
Mm.
enough about that. We have to focus on this match. And what we're focusing on now is all of the teams trying to make those rotations into zone, right? We've still got a few over towards the military base island. Now that Western Bridge from military base island is going to house not only Timeout, who are currently having one or two of their players taking rotation in, but Vampires and Wave are both heading for the Western Bridge.
I was about to say I'm kind of surprised to see the hesitation in rotation coming through from all of these teams because so far so good. It's only like three teams or four that are actually in the zone, and the rest don't seem to be rotating quite yet. All right, and given the way this zone is, I feel like this is one of those zones where you want to actually scour for that center circle as quickly as possible, just because of how crazy this zone could shift. I can already see this idea of CRYPTICS sending out a scout in Marshall to go check out those center zone parts of the circle, find a place where we can stay, because this zone, it's not looking like a very nice zone. You cannot sleep on it.
Mm-hmm. No, this zone can very quickly turn its head and really just force these teams into a very uncomfortable corner. So I really do hope that we start to see those rotations moving in because yeah, I agree with you. It was so quiet. I mean, that entire western zone was just empty, which
Mm-hmm.
is weird, man. It doesn't sit right with me, but we'll see now with these teams making their moves on in. The Mind Weapon actually heading towards Gutka. Cryptics making an immediate southern rotation just past Everest, just past Gutka as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be heading towards Ferry Pier, if they're going to go that south, or they're going to set up towards center. I'm going to be keeping my eye out on that. Meanwhile, Greedyforkills having a bit of a trouble time. Reno right through the setup here of virtual gaming and will be knocked.
I thought he made it. I was gonna say he got his license on what? What'd you call it?
Lucky packet.
Lucky packets. But it does look like he's not having any lucky packets. He'll be the first blood going out, as Hawk will be able to claim that elimination. And well, this is what happens when you try to rotate too late, you know?
Yeah, again, it's the danger. These teams, they can set up these crossfires, or maybe they're just still busy running to their cars. They see you coming, and well, they're already on their feet. They've got their guns out. They're ready. Now that zone could be closing on up. Look at how many teams we still have out in the blue. Rotations. What is happening?
Oh!
Oh my. Oh, good luck. Just stay in those cars. You're going to be in them for a while longer.
Right now, I'm like, how does RUKH Esports want to do it? How does Wave want to do it? How does Virtual Gaming Squad want to do it? How does Black Hand want to do it? Because their rotation, I don't see it happening, right? I feel like RUKH Esports could decide to go all the way to the west, but anyone who's trying to make it in from that northeastern side, either you're here to get as many eliminations as possible and lose as many players as possible, or I don't know what the next option would be, because getting into that zone, breaching into that zone from that eastern edge, almost not possible.
Now, Vampire is still over towards that military base island. They've actually let the likes of Wave Esports get right up ahead of them because Wave decided to go towards the east. And Vampire still looks like they're sticking to the bridge, sticking to the cars. There's no boats in sight, so no one really taking advantage of a botation this time, which means the water is going to be completely open for the taking. At least those coastlines are, but the zone is going to throw a lot of things into a rut. Teams now making rotation. Looks like Smash might be chasing a bit of a care package coming down. And the rest of the teams now all trying to cram into this small section here towards the west, which we know some of it has been taken up by water, so the space is even less than it normally would be.
Everyone is trying as much as possible to be close to the shorelines, and side there from Vampires are trying as much as possible to make it over this bridge. They will lose one player, and the rest of the players now have to look for an alternate way to get into the circle. Maybe it is time to go look for those boats. And this zone, stage 2, is going to start to trickle the HP, you know, little by little.
Yeah, and if it's not the zone, it's the other teams that still have to make rotations. Vampires, what are you doing on the military base island? We are into stage 2, and that zone is just heading more and more west. I don't know. I don't know what the timing was like for them, but we'll wait and see if they can get themselves out of this one. Maybe it's not too late to find a boat. Maybe they can still take a swim. I don't know. Right now, it looks like TIMEOUT is very, very determined on waiting on this bridge. Wave Esports has pulled up behind them, so Wave might also be trying to take a piece of the action.
Now the fact that Wave Esports is like, I heard a little bit of noise. It does look like the teams that landed on there are going at it, and they would eventually start getting some of those knocks on that northern side of the bridge. I feel like Vampires might be able to find some boats on the shorelines, on the northwestern shorelines of that Sosnovka military island. Looking forward to seeing them put that one into play.
18 seconds left on the zone closing, and then we're going to be heading into stage 3. That zone is just going to do more and more damage, so they need to get a move on. We still don't have Black Hand, RUKH, or Virtual Gaming in the zone just yet, as they're making their approach, and we still don't know if the zone is going to be heading into the coastline. If we head into the coastline, all of a sudden... Oh, yikes. Okay, so we've got half of Quarry, we've got half of the coast. This is a zone finish if ever I've seen one.
Triple Esports probably dancing wherever they are right now, because this is a zone for them. People that are not dancing right now, time out, because they have to face off against the side of Wave Esports, who is going on currently on a car chase or not, as you look to just go in for that elimination onto one of the players. This was a good one. That's what you call breach camp gone wrong onto the side there of TIMEOUT. But this southern shift on that circle gonna have to force all of these teams to move. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of pays off for the side of RUKH BJE, because you know, they kind of have a little bit of space to work with on that north.
What I'm a bit excited about is LAG Esports in their current position, right? Holding the southern portion there of Primosk. That's still in zone, so that's a lot of compounds, a lot of cover that they can deal with, and no one's really worried about them. No one's really heading towards them other than Wave Esports and TIMEOUT, who, as we know, are hurting. They've been hurt by this blue juice, and now all of a sudden they need to take each other out.
Yeah, I feel like they've been going at it, and this is a fight that was inevitable. You know, both teams were actually so at some point on the military island, and now they have to go against each other to try to determine who is going to make it into that circle. Gaddafi trying to see if he can move around to avoid the grenades, but the world of battle foiling for our chicken dinner course as Arthur would go down to the burn, coming through from Greedy as Greedy4Kills have decided to wake up in the final game of the day.
I mean, no surprise there, right? At least there's something that makes sense from the previous week. We got GREEDYFORKILLS coming through in the last game, trying to get elite eliminations and be aggressive. That's fine. That makes sense.
Oh.
But also Black Hand finding virtual gaming. This is happening all the way towards the northern side. We still haven't even found a place into the zone, but Black Hand have to take this battle. They have to go through virtual gaming. After them, they have to go through the mind weapon. They need to win this.
Alphalucci though with the S12K, the auto shot in hand, he's doing a whole lot of the hurt onto the side of Black Hand as they're down to 2. But Black Hand would go for that revive, the smart play. And here's where I want to see the grenades coming through from Alphalucci, but a third party, Black Hand, would be so thankful onto the side of the mind weapon for that one.
Now, just the question is, are they going to be able to get past the mind weapon? Because the mind weapon, no, there was a fight happening here. There's another team that needs to move on through. Yes, for now, they are all the way up to their full squad. White Boy holding a perfect line of sight is going to be sending through the shot, waiting for that connection. It's thankfully not there for the Black Hand, but unfortunately for the mind weapon, they don't pick up early eliminations. Triple Esports, what's happening?
They are down by 2. That is what is happening. Chemo has to force a revive, as Thor also has to heal up. RUKH Esports are the ones applying the pressure as they're looking to come in through from that western shoreline. But man, Smash Team still holding the compound, holding it quite all right as they come in from the side. IC is going to be the first man to fall the side of Triple Esports as Old Boy needs to get his HP back up. Man, trying to see if he can find the angles. Chemo spots that one out as the flank is going to come through from Triple Esports, and Thor would find that one. The grenade is good, and Van finds himself in a very tough situation, cannot hold it up as he would go down.
At least did manage to get the thirst onto Icy, so Smash will go down with 1 taken away from Triple Esports. Oh, beautiful reach from Chemo there to just deter RUKH Esports and make them back off and think twice about trying to take on the likes of Triple. It looks like we are seeing a complete thirst. Oh boy, they don't just want a knock, they want a confirmation here. They're going to be sending it through right to the doorstep of RUKH.
Chemo though is gonna go for that off angle while Old Boy is gonna keep the distraction going on, trying to keep Rami preoccupied, grenade in hand as he starts to launch it, goes down to the floor. He doesn't see this making ground. Now he does as he takes him out. The side of RUKH Esports in the world of hurt as they lose 2. The remaining 2 players looking to form up on that position being held by Chemo, but now Chemo is gonna be the one to have to play distraction onto the side of RUKH Esports. Old Boy on cover fire is not enough, but he will be able to get down 1 player. Bronze Bear getting flanked. He's losing a whole lot of HP as the third party is imminent, and down they go as Triple Esports would be able to find RUKH Esports and take them out.
I love that coming through from Triple Esports. They just got off of the back of a fantastic fight against Smash. They get their numbers up. They immediately pick a fight with RUKH Esports, and now they have completely secured the western side. Now, the last time they played like this, the last time they stuck to the outskirts where they were just cleaning up teams left, right, and center, they took a winner-winner chicken dinner over on Military Base Island. And hey, that was Erangel. We're on Erangel. But to the south, maybe it will happen again.
Maybe it will happen again. We will find out. The mind weapon though, sending it straight onto the side of Arab Golden. Arab Golden needs to grab a revive. Same thing can be said about it. Oh, actually, maybe not. As the push has to come through. Wap is the last player left. 50 HP in the tank. Does get trickled down more, and down he would go as the side there of the mind weapon. Increase that elimination count up to 5. But guess who heard the noise? It's Blackjack.
That it is. This is an opportunity now. The mind weapon over towards the northeastern side. Savage from the Vampires just towards the south of them. URUS still needing to move in. You can see Wave Esports giving them a little bit of a helping hand at least. Unfortunately for URUS, they are running a bit of a split, right? Weiss is alone in center trying to get information for the rest of the team. The other 2 players, they're on the outside. They can't help them right now. They need to rotate in.
Man, I just can't get over that push coming through from the side of Triple Esports. It's almost like,
It's
how do you
wild.
just finish a fight and you're ready
just go
to
for another.
Like, you didn't have to heal up. You didn't have to go. Like, you just like entering into the vehicles and going for that full send. Proactivity is one thing that we really love to see coming through from these guys in the lobby, and it is interesting to see it coming through on this final phase.
Oh, we've still got some fantastic teams into the final phase. Top 9, as Weiss unfortunately cannot avoid Hemo, just finding that pinpoint accuracy. You can see just on the horizon, Black Hand have managed to get themselves into the zone, but for how much longer? They are running a very, very isolated split. All of the players without backup. It's a 1-1-1-1-1 split, and they don't really have the luxury of getting those crossfires running.
Well, Zone is going to continue to push down south. I was about to say there is too much space you're giving to Triple Esports, but Triple Esports now, having only 2 players left, making me question just how, confident they might be heading into the later phases of the circle. But as you see it on the map, the north is busy, the north is occupied. Blackjack Esports are losing players, and Phoenix is going to be down. The same thing would be said about Zik. It's only a matter of time as RUKH has got his eye fixated. And let me not even start talking about RUKH today. He's been on fire.
Absolutely. Black Hand, they are encircling, they have smelled some blood, and now they want the piece of the action. Blackjack Esports, though, moving in. Zeke still managing to get their meds up, managing to get their health bar, at least for now, set. But how much longer can they wait it out in the smoke, their position known, and all of the crossfires trained on their position, though what could be their helping hand is the likes of CRYPTICS. They've moved on in for that third party. They could be the deterrent or the distraction to Black Hand and an opportunity for Zeke to move on out. By the way, just for curiosity's sake, you do see that Lag has a full team. They have 4 eliminations. They're on the south and no one's next to them.
And situations like this is where I love to see Lag. They know how to creep up on the lobby. And them being on that south with so much information, I feel like they're in for a treat in this game. I really want to see them actually capitalize with all of this space that they have out there on the southern edge.
Esports actually going to be driving past them right now, so we'll wait and see if those elimination counts are going to start heating up. But CRYPTICS, as we said, the third party, they've been a little bit slower though. It's calmed down way too much for them, and they can't really see a good opportunity to get involved. Zeke, in the meantime, got a res onto Phonics. But now, this pressure's still on them. They still need to get themselves a situation. They are being kept out of zone.
Yeah, Blackjack Esports have to force their way through, and it doesn't look like there is a way, but it looks like Blackjack, they want that push. They want to get the eliminations for the time being. Black Hand are being such a pain in the ass as this push has to come through from Blackjack Esports. Phoenix is going to lose a lot of HP. It's going to force him to stand. Senke is waiting, and he will take him down.
Pretty easy finish there. Senke has the backup of the rest of the team. Unfortunately, Zeke all alone and now getting taken on from multiple sides. Black Hand and CRYPTICS both applying the pressure, looking for those final finishes, but the zone might give them the spacing though. They're going to leave 2 behind. Plaza going to be coming through for the follow-up from Black Hand. Senke alongside Marshall potentially here the finish for CRYPTICS. Just waiting for Zeke to make a mistake.
Yeah, Zeke though is in a very, very bad spot. Side of Black Hand, there is one more player out in the background. Boa is going to be able to find that intro knock up onto Senke as CRYPTICS look for a way to make it into the circle. And I feel like Blackjack Esports might just be able to capitalize on this, but Plaza is watching so closely, waiting for Zeke to try to make a move.
Yeah, no, Plaza knows exactly what their job is, although all of a sudden Zeke gets the drop on Plaza. Is going to find that initial knock, though. Unfortunately, backup is there. But is it enough? Will they be able to get the confirmation on Plaza? We'll have to wait and see. Teammates are there for res. CRYPTICS, however, still involved.
Black Hand looking to take some shots towards the side there of Wave Esports as we await this next zone shift. It's going to be favoring Lag Esports, and Lag, now is the time to move, and they start instantly. One knock already up onto the side there of Wave Esports, and they're already looking to capitalize on that one. They've got the high ground advantage. They also have the terrain advantage because there's a lot of ridge lines that they can play with. One knock though does get spotted on that west, on that east. Almost goes down, but will survive.
This is what we wanted to see from Lag. They've been so quiet. We've been waiting for them to bring in their performance and really capitalize. This is a momentous play from them. To have this last Erangel potentially turn this into a win would be huge. Already picked up 5 eliminations. They've got information on Wave. They are just waiting for the rest of the teams like Black Hand and CRYPTICS to move on in. But in terms of number, they are still 1 step ahead. Black Hand could be that differentiating factor, though. They did get the res onto Plaza. They have all 4 members back on up. They're moving in from the north. Potentially might be able to find RUKH from URUS on the way. And then they still need to deal with CRYPTICS.
Well, RUKH has been a little bit quiet. In fact, not a little bit, very, very quiet. Trying not to make any noise. I think he's almost camouflaging right now. It's a beautiful bait and play coming through from the side of CRYPTICS as El Chapo is able to get down 2 players. Marshall gets the memo, wants to send it up to the side of Blackhand, and indeed he will. Blackhand are fallen. 1 player left to hold down the tide. It's going to be Red Sox. Waiting for the intro coming through from Marshall. DBS is not going to quite connect just yet, but he would find the knock. The revive, he's going to buy himself a little bit more time, but the third party is coming in through. El Chapo has been on fire. Sports Plaza behind the buggy, not quite able to get the knock, but the full send will continue. The damage is being done. Plaza trying to hold it up, but he will fall.
No.
1 player left, and it's going to be Red Ox to clear it out. Slide, make that Blackhand holding up with 8 elims for 1 player left to hold down the fort and no zone advantage.
So many losses now for Blackhand, and that's all of the back of RUKH actually chiming in and helping out either side to take them out. So that, once again, I'm smelling a little bit of danger from RUKH. We've seen what they can do as a solo before, but we'll wait and see if that's going to happen here. Wave, in the meantime, they have been getting bullied from Lag, and all of a sudden Lag is taking the fight straight to their doorstep.
I like the fact that Lag Esports are taking the initiative to push up to the eastern part of the hill. They can see pretty much everybody, has eyes on Blackhand, and they will take them out. 6 eliminations to the name. Mexico is looking good on that off angle as Gaddafi finds himself in a world of hurt. He has to rely on the cover fire coming through from Petrox and 1 knock.
Oh, the numbers advantage. They are just utilizing it to perfection. 3-1 splits.
Oh!
1 member holding the flanking angle, but they need to be careful not overextending. Petrox has the perfect opportunity here just to give backup to Gaddafi, as Gaddafi is playing a bit of a bait here, trying to force out Lag and the position. Now they have lost 1 member, and this 2-1 split is starting to feel uncomfortable.
I think Lag Esports are under the impression that this is actually a 4v4, right? Or it was a 4v4, now they think it's a 3v4. But the only person that has a little bit of an idea of what is going on here is Wave Esports and that solo player from URUS. But Wave Esports running out of real estate to play as the zone starts to shrink up on their position. Petrox has to move. He's got 1 HP, so it's fair enough that he is the sacrificial lamb. Makes it over to that Shark, would be able to survive.
Yeah, the opportunity here for Lag to move on into the eastern side to try and take the fight to Wave. It was a good idea, but it had a timer on it. It had a clock. If you didn't get it done by a certain amount of time, with the zone shift now, they've put themselves in an awkward position. They have to rotate back into zone. Thankfully, Mexico's still in zone, has information on URUS at least, so they've got a good idea of where the enemies lie. However, finding the angles now to take them out is going to be the problem. You can see that zone is going to center on in this open valley. So as soon as we close off the stage, as soon as that blue zone moves on in, everyone in this current position is going to get forced on out into the open.
At this point, I'm getting concerned as to how passively Lag Esports is taking this fight. Like if that zone starts to shrink up, you might not get as much zone advantage from here on out. So right now, Lag Esports, you need to use the information that you've been able to gather, probably push up a little bit onto the side there of Wave Sports, because right now that they've left that that high ground on the east, it almost opens down the ground for Wave Sports to have a lot of thinking space, and that is one thing that you do not want.
We know the timer is on the side of Lag. They are on the far side of the blue zone. Wave or not, they're in the middle. They have some trees to work with, but they also do have URUS. RUKH now just on the edge, just on the cusp of getting themselves into the zone, has an opportunity to take a lot of eliminations away from these teams, while Lag gets pushed further and further into the open. All of a sudden, there is a bit of a threat. Wave trying to get those into those vehicles, making the push, and they are going straight into Lag.
It's so late. You got 2 knocks and you did not send it. You had to wait for the whole revives to come through before they went for that full send. And now Lag Esports are looking very strong. Grenades down to the bottom of the hill. You don't even need to see it. It's going to connect. Mexico does look to be on fire as he continues to send down more. RUKH might just be the one to put their help, and another grenade would work. 1 more player left. It is 1 knock. He's down in the grass. RUKH in the background trying to steal the elims, but Lag Esports will not let that one happen. URUS looking to play spoiler on this one. Behind the buggy is going to be RUKH. Shots going towards his direction, and the vehicle explosion from Mexico would eventually take him out. 1 knock in the grass. Nothing like meds. Lag Esports, they know he has to be down here. The pool stand is coming in through, and Molotov's in the hand of 1 knock would cause the bird. A9Q to get the elimination, and Lag Esports finally rise up to the game, to the stands in the final game of the day.
finishing off Erangel with 19 points in total, those 9 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner. It makes it such a good story for Lag. And again, hopefully only the beginning of that story. I'm very happy to see more Lag finishes. Let's just see more in the rest of the week, but it's a good starting point. And again, taking a bit of a page out of GREEDYFORKILLS' book, getting the win on the last possible day, being quiet the whole day, and then just suddenly showing up so phenomenally.
Yeah, they were even quiet actually in that in the final phases of this game, and I'm like, now's the time for you to up the elimination. And I feel like if Wavy Sport had taken that advantage that they had on that one knock, like on those 2 knocks that they got onto Lag Esports, this would have been a completely different story.
It would have been. It was a case of bad timing for both teams. Again, choosing the better opportunity to actually move on in for that finish. I do think there was a bit of hesitation from both sides. RUKH, though, we also have to give a shout out to them for being so quiet, making it into a top 3 finish with the likes of Blackhand, CRYPTICS still right behind them. They had like 3 teams that were moving in from that one side and still managed to not be found, managed to lock down that 3rd place finish and get a few eliminations in the end as well.
Yeah, and that is one thing that we enjoy to see. But this was one explosive game of Erangel. Did not even go out in the way we thought. We never knew it was going to be the ninjas of the lobby that will be getting the winner chicken dinner there in Lag Esports. But it's something that we really enjoy to see. Let's take a look at the highlights going into Erangel.
I'm telling you, man, those highlights.
Oh, explosive gameplay, and interesting gameplay that we are seeing out here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Split. But of course, we've got to give our shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2023. That is a mouthful.
I'm telling you. And we have to say it so many times, but that is the wondrous. Thank you so much to Monster Energy for making this happen and, giving us all of these words to say. They're very good. We like them. Keep going. But that is going to be the last match of the day. First day of week number 3 done and dusted. We obviously can take a look at the match rankings to see ultimately where everyone ended up and how the teams managed to get themselves those final few points for the day. But it really did turn out in a very surprising turn of events with the Lag finally taking that winner chicken dinner. And again, I told you, it was off of the back of the fact that they were were left completely alone to their own devices to sort of just plan out their plan of world domination, and it worked out with those zone bliss.
Yeah, 10 eliminations to go alongside it. It almost makes you feel like they were not waiting at all. 20 points up on board. Love to see that one. Wavy Sports are winner chicken dinner stealers, able to come out in 2nd place for the 2nd time today. And I feel like Wavy Sports have been knocking on the door. This was the same momentum they brought into the game's last phase. So I'm looking forward to seeing Wavy Sports continue this trend going into tomorrow, because I feel like they're onto something.
Absolutely. I definitely am seeing a different trend coming through from these teams. I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing. The fact that we're again talking and highlighting different teams. Blackhand, they had a phenomenal day overall. I mean, the fact that they picked up 2 winner chicken dinners, they had top 3 placements, they had great finishes, picking up another 12 points now. That is really going to bolster them on the overall standings for this week. Also, great to see URUS making an appearance. They've also been a bit quiet. Blackjack Esports, a little bit of that consistency shining through.
Yeah, and I really would like to see more points up on board coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports. We saw what they made of in the winner chicken dinner, or at least the match they were able to play well last week. So I know Blackjack Esports have got what it takes. But looking at the way these points are actually spread out in the first page, I feel like on the 2nd page we might not actually get to see that many trips to the donut shop. I knew it.
Hey, at least everyone taking points one way or another, whether by eliminations or something else. Although it's ironic that
Hmm.
yeah, not a single team with placements came on this side, which makes sense in terms of the split. But normally you would see at least the teams who didn't get pretty good placements, manage to get some wild eliminations. But for once, we are actually following the placement points. So that works, but what does really, really get me excited is the fact, again, what those overall standings are going to look like on day number one and how they're going to turn out into the rest of the week.
I'm getting scared seeing that vampires are not putting so much points up on Erangel. I feel like if there were to be one map where you have to actually show what you're good at, it has to be Erangel because we get more of the Erangel games out here in this phase and league play. So that being said, I want to see them put up more points on board. But Vista, hey, hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista, all the way to the top, 57 points. Just 1 point behind them, though. It is Black
Hmm.
Hand. So
And it's one Ilin.
not too bad. Not too bad there for the top two. We do start to see a little bit of a gap forming. 20 points later, we see the Water Battle in third place on the overall standings. So definitely the performances, the MVPs we have to give over to Vista Gaming and Black Hand for their overall consistency today.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. Like, I'm not too worried about CRYPTICS because I know for one they're putting up the numbers. It might look like they're not doing too well in terms of like the placement, but look at the amount of eliminations they're able to put up on board. 23 elimination points up on board, and they're sitting quite nicely on that fourth position. This just makes me feel like going into tomorrow, CRYPTICS, they definitely have a plan for this week. But man, the world of battle with that chicken, they're not able to put the numbers up on board. Wavy Sports, I keep saying this, regardless of what happens, they always find a way to keep themselves within that top six bubble.
Hey, you've seen how sneaky they can be. They can steal away
Hmm.
your winner chicken dinner when you least expect it. Also, 1 point behind them, it is Mo Esports. So I'm so happy that we're highlighting a team like Mo Esports, a team like TEAMLAG over on the
Hmm.
first page. But we're going to be finishing off the top eight with only 25 points as we take a look at the second to see if there are any other further gaps being formed and which teams
Hmm.
really do need to bring it on up. It's not too bad. It's
It
still
is
very
close.
healthy. We have so many teams close to the 20-pointer mark.
Yeah, and one very surprising thing, or two very surprising things that we're seeing out here on the second page is the position coming through from Triple Esport and Titan Gaming. We see both teams holding it up on 11th position. And Titan Gaming were only able to get this 19 points, I believe, in their maybe not. Like I think their first and second game, I believe they were able to put up a couple of points up on board, but then that's
Mm.
just 2 games of work from the side of Titan Gaming. So we really want to see more of these good performances coming through from Titan.
Yeah, I mean, again, Triple Esports, they were the top of the logs after week number one. Titans were the top of the logs after week number two. So it's weird, but I kind of like it. Moving on to the last page, we know that 16th currently has 12 points. Looking at the gaps forming on towards the last four, I mean, really, it's not a lot. I mean, it's only day one, only 5 matches worth of play, 4 matches per group. So the teams still have plenty of opportunities to come back tomorrow and close that gap, get themselves into a good standing, and that's what they need to do. We want to see new teams, new challengers getting onto Vikendi.
I find it quite ironic that Virtual Gaming Squad actually is not on the bottom of the page, given that going into the fourth game of today, they only had 0 points, and then going into this final game, they're able to put up 4 points on board. Smash Team would be the one on the bottom with 3 points down. And, I'm not really impressed with what I'm seeing coming through from these two
Mm,
teams, given that they're teams that even going into today's games, we're already saying they need to put in much work because Virtual Gaming Squad really is sitting down on 16 spots or 16 spots on the general ranking, which means if you're dead ones holding the finals.
yeah.
Anyone, if they're doing bad, it just makes everyone who is on the bottom have that chance to overtake them.
Absolutely. And again, this is what we want to see. We want to see that challenge right until the end of the day. It is the last week, so they need to treat us with a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of a story that we can follow and really praise for these teams. They've been so wonderful up until this point, and our viewers have been so wonderful up until this point because this is the end of the day. We're going to be finishing off with a 5 set of fantastic, fantastic matches, and tomorrow is going to be no exception. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place. Myself and Krans will be here to bring you all the action. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
نجم جالكسي غادروا من التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان.
هذا الزون يحاول انه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ باصابه ثانيه
مؤذيتين باصابات مؤذيه في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
سيغادر على يد